Hello everyone, that was, in case you're curious, part of the soundtrack from a game called Super Baseball Simulator 1000, which, in spite of the name, is nothing like a simulator and is basically the best arcade baseball game ever. The Trashman and I have been playing it a lot lately, and I've been obsessed with the soundtrack, so I wanted to begin the stream with that. Hello Akuma, I was the first one to say hello. Hello to you. Happy Labor Day to everyone, by the way. Hello Akuma, hello that guy Patches, after whom this build was created. Azure End, hello. Mr. Game 00, hello to you, friend. You are Italian. Are you... Does that also mean that you live in Italy? In spite of being part German and part British, Italy is the only place I've been in Europe. So, I like Italy. Speaking of which, mind-blowing factoid from my trip to Italy. If you want what we know in North America and probably elsewhere as a pepperoni pizza, if you want that and you're in Italy, you have to ask for, I believe, margherita with spicy salami. Because if you ask for pepperoni pizza, what you get is a pizza with peppers on it. Which makes sense. And so I don't know why in exporting pizza to other places, it's called pepperoni pizza when that's not what it's called in Italy. Hello Silver Quill, Master Game 00, Pan Sun, Silver Quill. Oh, Ian B's streaming now? When did that start? Panliska, Ghost Hardware. Oh god, I'm gonna be embarrassing myself in front of Ghost Hardware, who's like the SL1 Pro. Darkblood Souls, good afternoon to you. Sure the Shibe, hello, and thank you, I guess. Why do you restart so many times? What do you mean, why do I restart? I really want to hear what you think about the Kingsfield games. I've never played the Kingsfield games, so, but they look interesting enough, but I have no means to play them, so. Ian B is doing full-time, well, good for him, very good for him, because I know that he's had issues with, he's had issues with his internet connection, so good for him. Hello, Pale Blood Moon. Fucus, you'll have to clarify what you mean by that question, friend. I'm not sure what you mean. But so to those of you in North America, happy Labor Day. I meant the character's face, but yours, cool, okay, well, I appreciate it either way. Yep, he's got quite the keister, too. He's backing that ass up, that's for sure. He took an office with... Oh, good for him. Really good for him. That's great. Why do you restart your player so many times? Because, I don't know, that's how I play... That's how I play Dark Souls games. I usually have my build slots full. And I restart the player character because I do different types of playthroughs. So, stuff for YouTube, stuff for Twitch, so... You have to play... Yeah. Why don't you just progress? I'm not sure what you mean, because every playthrough... Oh, and play up to New Game Plus 7. Well, I will do that eventually. But we just started playing the game. Don't I get bored? I do occasionally, but that's why I try to mix it up as much as possible. Oh, I forgot we have no means of parrying presently, so that's going to be an issue. I'm pretty sure... The tad overkill. It's Siblings Day where I live somehow. Hello, Marshmallow. It is my understanding that elsewhere in the world, so I think outside of Canada, the US, and Australia, that May 1st is like the equivalent of... Oh, fudge. Okay. So we're going to use the dragon. This is what we were trying to do last time we left off. Use the dragon to kill the... Oh, there are our souls. Oh, I thought we could get a backstab on him. Alright, 678 souls. Hi, Dueler. So yeah, in case you weren't aware, the significance of Labor Day is to celebrate the triumph of labor unions in introducing 8-hour workdays, with the idea being that you work for 8 hours, you have 8 hours of leisure, and then you sleep for 8 hours. Because yeah, without labor unions we would have very, very little rights. So even if you're not in a labor union, yeah, something that we should all be grateful for. I have ideas for builds. Poor knight, rich knight, police. Where did the Lothric knight go? Did he go back? Oh, whatever. Alright, let's see if we can do this, because we do want that deep battle axe. That would be quite helpful, if indeed we can wield it. I'm also personally celebrating, it's not Labor Day related of course, but I am personally celebrating the fact that I got my first choice in terms of teaching slots. Oh no, poor Mimic! No! Gosh darn it. Yeah, I know, that guy patches. There have been considerable losses of late, of course, in terms of the labor movement. My work day isn't really a day at all. I have something like, I do something like 50 hours, 60 hours of work a week, but it's at very odd times. But yeah, I'm celebrating the fact that for my first and primary teaching assignment for this semester, that I will be teaching from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., which is great for me, because, yeah, I'm very much a night owl, and I don't want... many of the other options were like teaching at 8 a.m., and I would just be an awful teacher if I had to teach you at 8 a.m., so... my miniature Old Wolf of Farron just showed up in my office. Yay, oh, that's awesome. This semester I am teaching... I don't even remember the name of the course. Let me see. Where's my TA ships folder? The name of the course is... Oh no, friend. I'm trying to answer a question about what course I'm teaching. It's called Health Controversies, Issues of Health, Illness, and Society. So, very, very much looking forward to that, because the course I normally teach is Introduction to Science and Technology Studies, but the prof for that course is on sabbatical this year, which means that... Come on, friends! What the... Oh! Which means that, yeah, I wouldn't... had I been teaching that course... Alright, we're not going to do the fancy thing anymore. We're just going to try and go straight through. But yeah, had I been teaching that course this time, I would just be grading papers as opposed to actually having direct contact with students. So that's not something I want. Okay, Dark Blood Souls, see you soon, friend. Alright, we're just gonna forget about the Mimic for now. Gosh, this playthrough is going to be very, very tough. Especially because this weapon, I'm not good with this weapon. Maybe the one-handed moveset's a little bit better, I don't know. Well, we're gonna have to make heavy use of equipment, I think. Yeah, well, we'll get the Undead Hunter charms. That'll make it much easier for us to get that. I was floating in the air there for a second. Good evening, Moogle Pies. I'd rather be hauling ass through Lothric looking like a G than not. Yeah, Fashion Souls is important. We don't have very good Fashion Souls right now, save for the fact that you can see our beautiful face, but we will certainly be upgrading it as soon as possible. We did have a shield. I don't know why we don't have it equipped. Oh, I think it's because I can't parry with it, which I was upset about. So just by way of an FYI, I would have, I know last year I did, oh, I guess we should get the raw gem. Last year I spent a lot of time streaming at the end of the summer. We did the Dark Souls 2 No Death No Bonfire run and several other things, but and I considered doing that again this year, but instead I've been spending most of my time working on... Come on! Oh my gosh. Instead I spent most of my time working on Let's Talk Lore. The third episode for which is currently rendering, and has been rendering for about 20 hours now. So, yeah. That's going to be the big obstacle for Let's Talk Lore, is complete absence of computing power that I have available to me. So when I complain in episode about... When I complain in the episodes themselves about it being too long, that's less because I care about the episodes being too long, because I know many of you really enjoy the length of the episodes. And that has more to do with the fact that it just takes so long to render. Yeah, it takes... hello, Slice Hazard and... Xanax Car? Pust? Pust, okay. Can't believe you take so long with Let's Talk Lore if you have to read comments as long as the one I left. Well, yeah, for this particular episode, yes, I don't know if we'll be using Red Tearstone mode. Is that one of the meta Soul Level 1 strats? Using Red Tearstone or Blue Tearstone, or both? We're going to leave the Pus Man for now until we get the Deep Axe, at least. What was I saying? Oh yeah, about Let's Talk Lore. So, I prepared a lot of comments, a whole lot of comments to discuss in this episode. And then after I finished preparing those comments, JSF and Theomany released a 9-episode or 9-video discussing Dark Souls 3 series, 9 installments, so where they go through each area one by one. And JSF for some reason didn't create a playlist for it, but I did. So, alright, we're not going to fight this guy, I don't think. So yeah, Theomany and I know JSF is not here, but those videos were fantastic. Game volume's too loud, everyone? I could just move the mic closer to me. Is that better, Joe? Is anyone else having issues with the audio balance? But yeah, if you have not, I still have YouTube open here actually. So JSF didn't create a playlist for the series, but I did. Oh, Lothric Knight, get out of here! And there it is. So I think the original bunch of audio files was around 7 hours. Yeah, that's often the way it is. The forthcoming episode of Let's Talk Lore, so the second installment in the High Wall, it was, I think, 3.5 hours, and the final render is 2 hours and 15 minutes, so I had to do a lot of editing. See ya, Silverquill. This will be posted as usual on the YouTubes. Oh, we didn't get the binoculars. What is wrong with us? Nor the bow? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Oh, crud. No! We only have so many... There we go. RTSR isn't really worth it this time around, besides a few situations. You only get an extra 10% over the sword ring, plus you have to get to Lothric Castle to get it. Hi, Rebecca. Well, good to know, Ghost Hardware. I don't know that I have the skill to use either of the Tearstone rings. I never really have. No, that dog. Yeah, and so, okay, so to finish my story, because I distracted myself as I am wont to do. Oh, we can't wield that. Yeah, so I prepared something like, I don't know how many comments per se, but there were, in terms of the number of, cause I use PowerPoint, believe it or not, for my, for loading the comments into my video editing software. I paste them, I do print screen, and then someone suggested broadsword last time, so that's what we're going to use. I print screen the comment, and then I cut them out using paint, MS Paint, and then I paste them into PowerPoint with green backgrounds, and then I use chroma key to make them transparent. And so I had, in terms of number of slides, I had something like 39 or 40 slides, which probably translates to something like 25 different comments. And then, as I was getting ready to record, yeah, JSF and Theomany released what I described in the episode as a torrent of content. And so the episode was me trying to balance my awareness of all this new stuff that had been brought to light to me, for me, and the stuff that the already excessive number of comments I had prepared already. These axe guys always just take me by surprise, even though they really shouldn't. Without parrying, I suck. Without the ability to parry. Blue Tearstone ring is actually quite nice at low levels. Yeah, I use the blue Tearstone ring usually starting off. Getting ready for the DLC? Not yet. I'm not really sure if there's much I can do to get ready for the DLC. I've not even watched the trailer yet. Just because, not that I'm concerned that FromSoft is going to disappoint, because they very rarely do for me. But just because I tend not to get on hype trains. And I know that lots of people like doing, you know, speculation based on trailers and stuff, but that tends to be something that I don't do. Just because it's almost certain that I'll be wrong about things. So you were taken by surprise too, yeah. Well, he sent me a screenshot of his video editing software, jokingly saying that, oh, that guy already jumped up, and he jokingly said that, he's like, look at this, just to prove that I'm still working on stuff. And yeah, it looked pretty complicated. And speaking from experience, when you have a guest and you're trying to splice together audio from Skype or something, it can be a nightmare trying to sync up audio and get rid of echoes and things like that. So it's a lot of work, and that's why as much as I would love to have guests on for pretty much every single episode of Let's Talk Lore, it's too much work to do that frequently. Stop. We did it. We got away. Okay. I'll wait for him to de-aggro for a sec. Yeah, hype trains don't tend to work out well. That's why I try to avoid them. And trailers and stuff like that, like all pre-release stuff is part of the hype train. Oh, we dropped 2 embers there. That's interesting. Yeah, we were both recording our tracks on Audacity, and I leveled on my end, and I can assume JSF did more leveling. Yeah. Okay. So, it's. I was wondering about that. And interesting to note that JSF use the same method that I use when having guests on. I think for some people they find it weird. They're like, "What? I need to record my own audio?" I'm like, "Yeah." Because what a lot of podcasts and stuff do is they just record the feed from Skype, which is fine, but that way, if there's ever any lag or anything like that, then you have to worry about, then yeah, that goes in the episode. But whereas if both parties are recording their audio track locally, then you can always avoid that sort of stuff, at least to some degree. There are always problems that crop up, but... Hi, Kiwi Kitten. I wasn't planning to summon. Maybe if I have a really hard time. I guess I should remove the password thing at the bottom of the screen. I apologize for that. Wasn't my intent to mislead people. Hey, just ordered this. Any tips? Don't give up, skeleton. Don't think of Dark Souls as, oh my gosh, it's such a hard game, you know, the whole... I know it has a reputation of the whole you died and oh my gosh, it's the hardest game ever and stuff like that, but what makes this game isn't its difficulty, but the fact that it uses death as a mechanic to enforce learning. So despite things like this, which reinforce the notion, challenge runs like this one, so it's kind of hypocritical me saying that while doing a challenge run, but it's going to be hard, you're going to die a lot, but remember that death in these games provides an occasion for learning and reflection, and yeah, don't stress out about it if you're dying a lot, because that's generally how everyone starts out with these games. Whoa, friend, no! If I could parry you, mister, you would be dead. You would be dead. Oh no! This is gonna be a tough playthrough. Wow. Oh, you have played the others. Any major changes? It feels different. Good for you, Simon, I guess. Hey, Aegon, love everything you've done with Bloodborne. Can't wait for more Dark Souls 3 stuff. Well, thank you, the Crimson Peen. That's very kind of you to say. That's why they call it Lag Town. Is this your first time playing Dark Souls 1 Azure End? If you have the... Cannot change. If you have the Master Key, I would recommend doing Blighttown backwards. Because then that way, you don't have to deal with the frame rate loss for too long. And when you're moving through the swamp, mash the Y or the triangle button, and that will reduce your stamina consumption while running through the swamp. Which is a trick I learned back in the day from Vegeta311, who used to make Dark Souls content but doesn't really anymore. But he had some of the coolest challenge runs on his channel, including one-shot boss challenge. The one-handed R2 on the broadsword, the animation is so much longer than it was in previous games, because it has this step move first. See, there's the step and then the swing, whereas in Dark Souls 1 and 2 it was just a swing, or at least in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, Vegeta, it was after Dark Souls 2 that he stopped making content for. But the stuff that's on his channel is fantastic. I got the Rust and Iron Ring. I had to run through Undead Asylum to get it. Yeah, that works too. That definitely works too. Alright, we're just gonna run, grab our souls, get the item. Because... I'm not doing very well here. I know we're missing a Titanite shard there, but... we need to unlock this shortcut, because we've not made any progress since we started this stream at all. And with the souls we have, we can go back and buy a small leather shield, which is very much my jam. I really hope that we can actually equip it, though. I like how the eyes like glow in the dark. Looks, this is indeed early game. It's essentially the first area. Yeah, someone sent me a message on YouTube about Nioh that I've yet to respond to. So if you're in the chat, I apologize for that. I think it might have been Akuma. And I'm sure it's interesting, but hello, Passy. Yeah, soul level 1, getting my rear kicked. What was I saying? Oh yeah, about Nioh. It's just I don't really have time for anything at this point other than Dark Souls 3. Now that I've started Let's Talk Lore. A dog of Astora indeed. Just give me 1 second. Can't wait to see how they fantasyify Japanese history. Nioh, the kanji, just means Guardians of Japan or Diva Kings from Buddhism. What platform is Nioh on? Okay, our souls are by the first bonfire, so that's good. That's a plank shield, wooden shield. I'm sure it is, but oh, okay, interesting. And to work on your running away game, indeed. Oh, man. Especially considering how much I've played this. How much I've played Highwall in the last 2 weeks while recording the first 3 episodes, or the last 2 episodes of Let's Talk Lore. Okay. Well, I've been burned by Souls games not made by FromSoft relatively recently. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say that. So I'm I guess a little bit less willing to try things. I'm certainly not pre-ordering anything other than Souls games these days, especially when it comes to... I'm amazed that they have the pre-orders up for the Skyrim remaster on PS4, because I am not buying that game unless they unless I see that mods are actually working for it, because I've been wanting to use mods on Fallout 4. I think they said it was originally going to be released in May or something like that. There's still no mods. It's less a Souls game and more of an Onimusha game. In fact, you'll be burned if you play it like Souls and not Onimusha. Interesting. Attack and heavier, not shoulder button. Is it 3D? See you, friend. Oh no! God damn it. Hello, rolling Ewok. It's 3D and okay, interesting. Well, but I don't really know anything about the game, but provided that their marketing hasn't been directed exclusively at Dark Souls players, like that of Salt and Sanctuary, then I don't see any problem with there not being buttons on, not being weak and strong attack on the shoulder buttons. No! I didn't put Homer Bones on my belt. Yes! Never in my Souls career have I worked so hard for 1,760 souls. Oh, man. 3D mission-based level design and level mechanics are Souls-esque, but there's lots of combos mechanics. Cool. Well, maybe after it comes out, I'll check it out. Can we wield this? We can. Yes.
Ashen.
Okay, I'm gonna remove the summon sign thing because I do want to try and do this on my own. So 1 second. Broadcast settings. Message to spectators. There we go. Good evening, Sparkle Wildfire. What do you think of the new Souls-like From Software games coming out? I think one is sci-fi. Well, I don't know if we've heard anything official about that. So I will reserve my judgment until we actually hear something from FromSoft themselves. But I'll play pretty much anything FromSoft releases. Okay, where the heck do we get the Hunter Charms again? I can't remember. What's up, Ricky Martin? I've not seen the DLC trailer yet. We have 1,260 souls. We might as well spend at this point. I think the Undead Hunter Charms might be near where Greirat is? Is that correct? We might as well buy a torch. And as much as I like the loincloth, we're probably better off having actual leggings.
Ashen.
Armored Wolf Chaos. Oh, what's up, Brindleston? I didn't see you there, friend. Alright, we're still under the weight limit. That's good. Give us a little bit of extra defense. Aegon, is there anything specifically you want out of Dark Souls 3 DLC? I want more content. My default position is and always has been that I don't necessarily place expectations on FromSoft or their DLCs because they've never failed to please me, surprise me, impress me. So, yeah, I just, I try not to expect anything, because then, and obviously it's not always possible to go in blind, but I enjoy generally everything that they do. So let's go free Greirat. And we can now parry. So, gosh, that R2 is awful. It's so slow. I want more lore. I want to be able to fight Frampton Cat. I'm guessing this is your second or third playthrough. It looks like you know what you're doing. You could say that. I don't know if you could put a number on it in terms of playthroughs, but at least a couple hundred hours into this game so far. I guess the obvious answer for what the next FromSoft game will be would be probably some sort of Armored Core game. Anything you didn't like about Dark Souls 3? I don't like the fact that invasions are largely tied to co-op, or at least that it's more likely that you'll be invaded when you have summoned someone. I don't know. There are things that I like that this game does better than the other two, and vice versa. I think that notwithstanding soul memory, that Dark Souls 2 had the best online mechanics. Why is this guy's always attacking the wall when you enter here? Okay, I'm cognizant of the fact that I missed a few follows here, so let me thank some people, or welcome some people rather. Red Spartan, Dominated String Bean, EO123, the Sorrow, or the Ten Sorrow, Pansun, Panliska, and Mr. Game 00. Thank you, all of you, for the follows, friends, and welcome to the Rant King Covenant. Much appreciated. The story is not clearer, but that's by design, and that's what makes the game so great, I think.
Ah. You're no jailer, are you? No, you're from far away. And judging by the bell, you must be some of that unkindled
I'm feeling like a winter lantern.
Remarkable. If that's
These
true,
triggers are so sensitive.
then I have a favor to ask. Below the high wall is a musty little town. Not the home of any lord, just a very old settlement of undead. An old woman, Loretta, lives there. Please, give her this ring. I'm not asking for charity. In fact, if you do this for me, I'll be sure to repay you in kind. I may be a petty thief, but I've more wits than most royalty. What do you say then, huh?
Shall I go and see what I can find?
Very well. I humbly place my faith in you. I am Greirat of the Undead settlement, and I promise to assist you. Give this ring to old Loretta at the base of the high wall. Do your part, and I'll do mine.
So two things there that I raised in the Let's Talk Lore episode that I'm going to start uploading after this stream. The first is something I showed on screen but didn't explicitly mention in the episode prior to that, and that is that the effect when they teleport is exactly the same as that of the Homeward Bone when the player character uses it. And the second thing is that the blue tearstone ring is really brilliant when you think about it. That the woman who's Loretta's dead, but when he left the High Wall, it would seem that he left in order to get something to help her survive, because he calls her old Loretta, so she's elderly, she's near death. Therefore, blue tearstone ring would work to help keep her alive. It boosts defenses when your boosts damage absorption when your HP is low, which is brilliant. It's brilliant. I never thought about that until I was working on the previous episode. So I really like that aspect of it. Okie dokes. I really hope that, because VR is a thing that access to VR is such an issue, I think. I don't know why I'm going this way. I did not want to go this way, actually. Because in order to, if you have a PS4, the launch model, not necessarily that you purchase it at launch like I do. I have one of the original models of the PS4. If you want, say, to do VR gaming on the PS4, you need to buy a new version of the system, and then you need to spend whatever it is, $400 on the headset, which is, that price is a considerable portion of the community out of that. So for my part, I hope that FromSoft doesn't do anything related to VR, because it's such a niche thing, and you need so much money in order to actually, and you need space too. Like, I have a really small apartment. There's no way I'd be able to have room for room scale VR or anything like that. Well, the other problem with VR is the extent to which it produces motion sickness. Because if you're playing a game like, and that's why room scale VR is really the only viable way of making specifically crafted VR games. Because if your character in the game is moving through a space, but you are standing or sitting in one spot, that, insofar as it's incredibly realistic and immersive, if your character's moving and you're not, then that's likely to induce motion sickness. So that's a really big problem that I don't think they've actually solved yet.
Well met.
Why are we talking to you? We need the deep battle axe.
Oh, and in one piece. Whatever to...
Okay, friend. Let's sell some things. Excuse me. But to be clear, I'm not saying that VR is a fad. I'm concerned about the fact that access to it will be so limited to those with just lots of money. And, it's a thing. If people buy it, then they're going to make it. But as it stands now, it's going to largely be a rich person's gaming experience, which, again, is fine, but it would be unfortunate to have someone like FromSoft make a game specifically for that, and then to have such a limited audience to be able to actually experience it.
God.
Oh no! I should have bought a crossbow. Because we can't wield the bow, can we? We cannot. 14 dex is needed. Okay.
Oh, and...
I think the Dark Souls 3 VR mod forces the camera to just not move to prevent motion sickness. I don't know how that would even work. I like the idea of VR, and I enjoyed the Oculus when I tried it out 2 years ago, but I'm kind of scared with how VR might limit my access to gaming as someone with a disability, both in the short and long term. That's an excellent point as well. Because, you know, if you're a person with limited mobility, if you're a wheelchair user, are they going to specifically design, you know, if in Assassin's Creed they can complain about, or they justify not having a playable female character in the game because it would take too long to animate. I don't see how likely it is that they would include an option for wheelchair users in a room scale VR experience. So there are so many problems with it that I don't think anyone really talks about. But yeah. But that's an excellent point, Rolling Ewok, so thank you for raising that. So I don't want to upgrade any of the weapons we have now, because... Oh, I already bought a torch too, wow. This has not been a very... But to be clear, I've not looked at anyone's... I've not looked at anyone's, you know, tips or anything as to how the heck to do an SL1 run. This is just completely improvised, so... Too hard to animate, yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh, we're at 970 followers. When did that happen? So 30 more followers and we reach 1,000. Which is interesting because we just reached 10,000 on YouTube. So my Twitch audience is technically 1/10 of that of my YouTube audience. But because of the strange bifurcation of videos on my channel, it's funny because I think I actually have two very distinct audiences, at least two very distinct audiences. The people who are mostly there for Let's Talk Lore and like the playthrough type content. Come on, drop your crossbow, friend. And then the people who are there for like my trolling videos and stuff, so it's kind of funny. Damn it, Ted, hide. Her titties don't bounce enough. How I will play this, yeah. Yeah, and we don't. The only other person from. Oh, I forgot about you. Why'd you wake everyone up? They were sleeping soundly, friend. Oh, bad berry. I don't remember the last time that happened, where I forgot to kill that guy before he woke everyone. It's too hard, Bill. It's too hard. Okay. We need binoculars. That's what we're going for. Don't. They're sleeping. Don't. Thank you. Oh, missed the parry. Did you see the Ashen Hollow's video about his tumultuous relationship with Bati Vidya? I did. I joined to see Dark Souls 3 and stayed because you're engaging. Well, thank you. I try. I try my best. Because, it's certainly more tiring playing video games on stream, but it's more fun, I think, at the same time. So, you know, I don't play just to show you me playing. I play to engage with everyone. Aegon was just watching your Let's Talk Lore while playing Bloodborne. Today's an awesome day to start with. That's awesome. Happy Labor Day, friend, if you're in North America. If not, happy September the 5th. Or whatever your local time is. Did we already get the pine resin there? We did not. Have you ever talked with him? No. I have not. Okay, we still need to deal with the Mimic and the Dragon, but we need a crossbow first, so we need to get 500 odd more souls before we can do that. So let's go say what's up to Emma. Are you going dancer early? Heck no. Heck no. And so something that we've talked about several times, but Dragon Slayer armor. And I've mentioned how it's weird because in Canada we spell certain words with a U that otherwise in the US. So basically we're caught between British and American English. And armor is one case where we spell it in Canada A-R-M-O-R. Labor Day in the US is spelled L-A-B-O-R, and in Canada it's L-A-B-O-U-R. So he was talking about doing a podcast-like thing about Dark Souls. I suggested he talk to you or a German spy. Yes, I've already spoken with him. So do you mean Vantividia or Ashen Hollow? Have I ever talked to him? If you mean Ashen Hollow, yes, I have talked to him. And I told him that whenever he needs me for this podcast thing, to just let me know, and I would do my best to make it. I Shimei to you as well, Logan. Is the dragon a reference to the drake, and do you get the tail as a sword? Unfortunately, you don't get... I don't believe there's any tail cut weapons in this game. I don't know if it's a reference to the drake, but certainly they're... the dragons is something that is handled very differently in the lore of this game, and I think that has mostly to do with the you know, the historical amnesia. Thanks for that, motion controls. With the historical amnesia with which the world and its inhabitants are afflicted, I guess. Can someone tell me whether or not we can parry this guy? Because yeah, I have no idea, and I try every time, but I fail. I'm gonna assume that he can't be parried for that reason. Oh, that animation's so slow. Okay, we're not gonna use the broadsword for sure, just because. No, you can't. Okay. I try pretty much every time, and I always fail doing it. So go figure. Okay, so we got plenty of Titanite. Can anyone tell me where to get the no tail drop in this game, unfortunately? Hi, Aegon, your Bloodborne chat playthrough with Redgrave is awesome. Well, thank you, unpleasant visitor. Your name is quite ironic based on that message, because you are quite the pleasant visitor. Claude Blackmoon, you can parry the dual wield... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Claude. That makes sense. Which I guess follows the rules of the player character stuff, because I think we're going to need a little bit extra health for this. Because if I recall correctly, two-handed halberds, you can't parry... You can't parry the R1s, I think, but you can parry the spin to win, so actually I don't even know if it follows the same rules or not, but... Come on, friend. Let's do this. Oh, no. I'm terrible at parrying these guys. I should just summon Albert. Dead. Yes. Yes, we did it. God, I keep getting my butt kicked by the abhorrent beast in the chalice. Poison throwing knives, twerp. I think you throw 1 or maybe 2 poison throwing knives. And, yeah. Just dodge. Two poison throwing knives, he'll be poisoned, and you can see a little purple mist around him. So just keep dodging. And if you dodge long enough, if you have the maximum number of poison throwing knives, that should be enough to take him out. Oh, I forgot about this troll here. Come on, Estes. Yes! No? Yes! Thank you. Yeah, definitely poison throwing knives. It's weird. While the world tends to be forgetful of names and events, in the world of Dark Souls, the linking of the fires becomes somewhat more sophisticated and detailed. Indeed. No, Pantheon. There is no limited respawns. And, oh, I won't even say it because I don't want to spoil anything, but there are some enemies who you would expect to be single spawns, but are in fact not. They're infinite respawns. Thank Gwyn, yeah. Or thank the Great Ones. Dead. Blue Tearstone saved me there. For sure. Oh no. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. Oh, that hurts. I actually commented on something in that sort of vein, how the Shrine of Dark Souls 3 is almost shaped like a Lord Vessel that has a Lord Vessel within, that has a bonfire within. It's really strange. So that is interesting. But how about this? For an alternative possibility. Yeah, sorry Pantheon, I will try to like avoid specific things, but there may be spoilers, just a heads up. This is only semi-spoilerish, but the player character is the Lord Vessel in Dark Souls 3. Because recall that when we looked up, when we were exploring, you know, definitions, the Firekeeper says that, actually we're going to pop on our Ring of Sacrifice, so as to avoid losing this, our Bloodstain. So, the Firekeeper tells us that to be unkindled is to be a vessel for souls. And when we looked up the definition of vessel, is a hollow or empty container. When we return all the lords to their thrones, what happens? We are baptized and imbued with the power of the lords. In other words, the Lord's souls are put into our body, thus onto the kiln. So the player character is the Lord Vessel in Dark Souls 3. At least that's one possibility. But I talk about that in the Let's Talk Lore episode that I will be uploading after this live stream and after it finishes rendering. We are literally a vessel, and the Firekeeper tells us that, so I thought that that was really, really cool. And really, really interesting, too. It makes sense because I suppose that serves towards the light firelink being more of a Dreamlands-esque realm as well. Precisely. We're not taken to the kiln until until we have the strength of lords inside of us, until the lord vessel is filled. So I thought that was I explained the whole how I came to that idea in the episode that will be out tomorrow, but I should have summoned him first. Albert, buddy, I need you. So slow. He's dead, relax. That was, I think, and spoilers for the upcoming episode, I apologize for that, but that was, I think, that's, I think, the best part of that episode is when I summoned both Swordmaster and Albert. There we go. I love the lore of the game too. Not everyone does, and that's cool, but I think it is better than most people give it credit for, I think. And we've already had at least one or two comments to that effect too, where people are saying that they didn't think that the lore was all that interesting until they started watching Let's Talk Lore. And yeah, so that was pretty cool, getting that message. Okay, do we want to try and fight this guy? I guess we don't really have any need for the refined, because we don't need the scaling. Any missable trophies? What do you mean by missable trophies? You have to go to at least New Game Plus 3 in order to get all the trophies. Or is it New Game Plus 2? I think it's New Game Plus 2, actually. Yeah, and the gesture trophy, you need to very carefully manage the NPC quest lines in order to get that. So yeah, so but to that end, that's a good way of putting it, Logan. That's a very good way of putting it, actually. And Dark Souls, I think Dark Souls 1 is between Dark Souls 2 is. Dark Souls 1 is between 2 and 3, in that Dark Souls 1 is even more focused on... Dark Souls 2 is even more focused on the individual story of the player character. So, if you are hoping to get all the trophies, this is the tool I use for that. Which is a very helpful checklist that doesn't really spoil all that much. But does, you know, allow you to actually save your progress in terms of, okay, I got this thing, and you check it off, and then you can hide the ones that you've already gotten, and it tells you which ones you need to get in New Game Plus 2 and 3, so... Excuse me. So yeah, so it's really good. Really, really good. Okay, now that I know we can't parry this guy, it's going to be a lot easier to fight, I think. At least in theory. I wonder if there's any way you can get him to burn himself to death. Let's see if we can do that. Albert will bring him over here. Here he comes. Come here, friend. Into the fire. There you go. Oh, shit. Albert, backstab him, friend. What are you doing? Backstab him. Also very well put, Logan. Yeah. Well, I will disagree on one account, and that is Lucatiel. Because Lucatiel is... she's one of my favorite NPCs, if not my favorite NPC in any of the Souls games. There's some stiff competition for that role. Siegward might be one of my favorite NPCs. Fan service or otherwise, he's great. I love Siegward. But yeah, in Dark Souls 1 and 3, you certainly get a sense with most of the NPCs that they have their own... They have agency, they have their own thing. Although, on the other hand, they're still... You still have to complete... You still have to do certain things in order to get them to... Yeah, in order to get them to do their own thing. So, I don't know. I don't know how else you could actually do it. Hawkwood is yeah. Hawkwood is fantastic, too. And in particular with Hawkwood, how he's not simply the Crestfallen of this game. Come on, Albert. Albert, you can get him, friend. Free backstab right there. There you go. Smart. Albert, backstab him, friend. What are you doing? Oh, there you go. There you go. Yes. Pretty weak backstab, but... Free backstab, Albert. Free backstab, friend. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Don't kill me, please. Oh, shite. He buffed his weapon. So that's the blessed buff, right? Okay, let's try this. Okay. We gotta get him there. Okay. Oh no! That was supposed to be a kick. Yes! Get wrecked. Oh no, he's still alive, I think. Yep. We did it! Alright, that's plenty of souls. Okay, let's... There's still the one guy left up there, but we're gonna leave him. We're gonna go get a crossbow, kill the dragon, and then get the mimic. Gotta say, if there's anything I liked about Dark Souls mechanics, it was the more versatile dodge and not atrocious camera. The other thing that's great about Dark Souls 2, yeah, the camera is the one thing that no one gives it credit for, but it really is all crowed. This isn't good. I forgot that we sent the elevator back up. So, we're gonna do a little ring around the rosy here. And we're also gonna pop off our ring of sacrifice, so I'm gonna waste it. See you, friends. Oh, man. You're stuck on the Tower Knight. You should try maybe disabling the music. The music's too good for that. I can see how that would be distracting. Demon Souls soundtrack is awesome. Alright, we're going to warp back to Firelink, and then we're going to take a brief break. Did I miss any more follows? I think I did. Apologies to everyone. I think Pantheon was the last one I welcomed. I'm going to start at 4:02 p.m. So, Power Ninja 101, Handicraft, Pantheon, Narwolf, and Slice Hazard. Thank you all for the follows, friends, and welcome to the Rant King Covenant. Much appreciated. So we're going to take a 5-10 minute break. Hi, Hargrata. Yes and no. We're doing both. By the way, Theomany, your observation about the music for the Abyss Watchers fight, fucking brilliant. Fucking absolutely brilliant. Theomany pointed out that when you, at the very start of, oh, see ya, Ghost Hardware. Take care, friend. I hope everything is well with you and your fam and all that stuff. I hope I didn't embarrass myself too much in front of the Soul Level 1 Pro, but Theomany pointed out that at the start of the Abyss Watchers fight, you hear the bell toll, and so that's why all of the Abyss Watchers start being raised from the dead, which is friggin' brilliant, and not something I noticed at all. So, yeah, cool. Okay, we're gonna take 5 to 7 minute break, something thereabouts, because I need to eat something quick. I'm kind of hungry, so I will leave you with some tunes as usual. So be back soon. 5 to 7 to 8 minutes, something thereabouts. Sorry about the wait, everyone. I hope you don't mind me munching on some jerky while we play. I also had to draw the blinds because the sun was getting in my face, so... Okay, we need a crossbow. It's so weird, my first inclination every time I come back to Fireland is, oh, I should level up. I have all these souls. But nope. No leveling up. I appreciate that, Pan-Sun. It's funny, it started off as, I was just downloading all the songs I had nostalgia for from my childhood, so Master System and Super Nintendo games. But I've lately been listening to a lot of Japanese, like, games that were exclusive to Japan, so like for the PC 88, 98 systems like that. So X68000. What am I doing here? I need a crossbow. So yeah, so I'm going to try and stream for as long as I can today. There is a remote possibility that the trash man might join us later, but we shall see. Thank you, Azurend. What do you mean, Hargrada, about the natural phenomenon? So phenomena is, I think, the plural of phenomenon, so I think in that case it would be phenomenon, but okay. So we have pretty much everything we need. Could of course use some more arrows. We got fire bombs, we got throwing knives. Buy one of those just in case. Oh, we don't need arrows, we need bolts. What am I doing? I'm so silly. Oh, no, we don't have enough. I guess 65 should be enough to deal with the... I don't know, that's a good question. Labor Day dinner. That's a thing you and your family does? That's pretty cool.
Goodbye. And stay safe.
But yeah, that's a really good question, Hargrada. Something that when we go and we fight the Abyss Watchers, we're gonna have to look out for. Yeah, I think it's a real bell. I don't think it's an abstraction or anything like that. Bell's a metaphor within one, perhaps. Okay. So we need to take out the dragon. I apologize if this is incredibly slow-paced. Well, it is slow-paced, but I apologize for the slow pace. But yeah, I'm not really prepared for this run at all, so there's going to be lots of deaths, I think. Your grandmom is an amazing cook, as is mine. My grandma and my parents are actually getting ready to move into a new place together, so that's exciting. Hey Aegon, I'd like to hear your opinion about something. Do you think that the Swordmaster might be Makoto himself, the guy Shiva talks about in his cut content? He's the only in-game character that actually possesses the Chaos Blade. Wasn't Makoto in Demon Souls? Because I know there was a cut quest line for Shiva where you were supposed to invade him with the Black Eye Orb or whatever, but I don't know. It's interesting because in many ways Anry of Astora seems to be a reimagining of what Oscar of Astora was initially going to be. So I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility, but that's the first I've heard of that particular theory. Yeah, the Makoto sword is basically the Chaos Blade, right? If I'm understanding correctly. Yes, the Abyss Watcher's bell sounds like the Dark Souls 1 Bell of Awakening. Super pleased and happy that, like, the soundtrack seems to be part of the storytelling this time around. And yes, Makoto is in Demon Souls, so, you know, judging by the inclusion of the Storm Ruler and, you know, the prayer that the Firekeeper says when you're leveling up, and the fact that the Firekeeper is more closely approximates the Maiden in Black than she does the Firekeepers from Dark Souls 1 or 2. So all those things taken together, I suppose it's not at all unreasonable to suggest that. So yeah, maybe. That's a very interesting idea, I think. Okie dokes. We need to go kill a dragon, which means I went to the wrong bonfire. Gosh darn it. Oh well. Yeah. I always hated that for family dinners as well, eating outside. Always hated that. My family is always all about the outdoor parties. The Makoto is very similar to the Chikage in Bloodborne. Interesting. Oh no, I'm dead. Loot your stone. Don't fail me now. It didn't fail me. We did, friends. Okay. I'm tempted to try. To get the Mimic to kill himself again, because we've still not gotten the what's it called? The Undead Hunter Charms. I can't remember where they are, so. Though with how broken the regen mechanics are in Demon Souls, it's a non-factor. Oh, yeah, touche. Come up here, friend. You do your fancy moves up here. There you go. Come on. Up the stairs there. Nice. Okay. Now we're just gonna go say hi to the friendly dragon. Oh, that drop kick, though. Rip. Yes! Finally! We've been literally trying to do that since we started this playthrough. Like, ever since we first came to the high wall, we've been trying to do that, and we finally did it. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I should have just waited. I should have just waited. We did it, friends. We did it. Okay. We're gonna switch. Okay, we can two-handed, right? Yeah. That scared me for a second. That counts as a co-op kill. I think it does too. That would make sense. Okay. Now, I have to find the sweet spot here. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there's no curse related to the Chikage, but it's heavily associated with the Vile One, so it's not a curse, but it points to. I don't remember the full implication of what vile meant, but it was not a good thing. Moral degeneracy, or I don't know if this is gonna be enough bolts. What does everyone think? Is that gonna be enough bolts? Yeah, so like spiritual filth. That's a good way of putting it. It would seem that maybe the Chikage would draw its strength from that. So, yeah. As I understood it, there's sort of a dichotomy between the Vile Bloods and the Church. What JSF suggested, which I think is probably, like, it's at least the theory that I agree with, is that you can see the caved-in entrance to, like, down in the spot where all of the, like, parasite forms are, in the front yard, I guess, so to speak, of Kainer's castle. But you can see what appears to possibly be a caved-in entrance to the old underground labyrinth. So it would seem that the Vile Bloods came from the labyrinth. And they were a splinter group of the two variants that remained in the labyrinth. Is there any more, and provided this is a soul level 1 run, so I don't know if we would choose another option to fight this thing if we had it. But is there a more engaging way of fighting this enemy? Because what I did for episode 3 of Let's Talk Lore is while I was doing this, I actually answered comments while I was killing the dragon. Or the wyvern, or the drake, whatever the fudge this thing is. Almost there, yeah, this is definitely going to be enough. I love how he just disappears. Yeah, generally I do too, Pansun, but this time I was just like, whatever. We should try to get as much loot out of these areas as possible. Yeah, like, Dark Souls 2 got a lot of flack for a lot of things, but I actually enjoyed fighting the drakes and the wyverns in Dark Souls 2. Especially... Excuse me. I'm burping on stream. What kind of gentleman am I? Especially the wyverns that you fight, at least in Scholar of the First Sin, the one that you fight in front of where Dark Ornstein is, which is... How the hell do you... That's not something I've even thought about yet. How the hell do you fit Dark Ornstein into Shite? That's going to be tough to do. Or... that's awkward. That's very awkward. Has anyone put any thought into that? How to make sense of Dark Ornstein if... I guess maybe it could be another illusion, but that's too many illusions, I think. Or Old Dragonslayer, or whatever his name is. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be Ornstein himself. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know about Ornstein. That's a tough one, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, I think we've done everything we need to do. Oh, we're missing a Titanite shard, actually. So, let's go get the Titanite shard. Oh, we didn't talk to Emma either. Silly me. Wow, even in one hand, it still does a fair bit of... I'm going to assume that's the elemental damage. And that we're just not getting any... the physical damage isn't scaling properly when we one-handed. Dark Souls 2 went rogue with Old Dragon Slayer. Yeah. In most cases, I think I have a higher opinion of Dark Souls 2 than most people. That's one such instance where I'm not sure, though. Really not sure. And why he would be there working for Targray. Because it's not like they got rid of, you know, there's still the Blue Sentinels in this game. Archdragon Peak is also not quite in the current timeline. Well, again, spoilers for the upcoming episode of Let's Talk Lore, but something... Oh, not so fun, isn't it? Fucking guy. I'm trying to talk to people in chat here. Yeah, because insofar as the world of... Oh, the... I'm so silly. I walked right by... the Undead Hunter Charms. Here they are, in this room. Insofar as the world of Dark Souls 3 follows, you know, approximately at least the same laws of physics that we follow as we understand them in our world, then time and space are inextricably linked to one another. So, if space is being distorted, which it very much is, then time is being distorted too. Okay, Azurand, I hope that the flies stay away from you guys. It's an illusion within an illusion. No. Oh, one-handed. Silly. Silly me. That's what we need. We did it. Illusion's all the way down, I guess, yeah. Oh, we got the gauntlets and the spear. Well, the gauntlets put us over... Nope. Beautiful. Oh, that guy Patches. You're always handsome. All the builds I make after you are always handsome. Sinok Games and Baraziza 1200. Thank you for the follows, friends. And welcome to the Rant King Covenant. Much appreciated. Okay. Screw you. Screw you if I can hit you from here. Oh no, he fell down. That's not good. Well, I guess... No. We came here for the Titanite Shard, which is, I believe, under the stairs. Which... If I know anything about Harry Potter, which I don't really know all that much, that Titanite Shard will imbue or... I know that Harry Potter lived under the stairs, that's more or less, and that he got to Hogwarts by going to a subway station and walking into a wall or something. That's about the extent of my knowledge of Harry Potter. Because around the time when the first movie came out, I was working at a movie theater. And I worked at that, well, 2 different movie theaters, but over the course of 8 years. So I always hated Harry Potter because whenever one of the new movies came out, it was always so damn busy. So I mean no disrespect to anyone who likes Harry Potter, it's just that it's a vestige of my bitterness as someone who worked at a movie theater when those movies were coming out. Because of what happened to the barrels? They just exploded. I don't get it. Oh, I always feel bad when the dog's kind of... Oh, he's like, oh, okay, he's all the way over there. I guess I'll just... Oh. What are you so upset for, friend? Okay, the Titanite Shard, that's all we need in here, so let's... Not die, please! Oh, Blue Tear Stone saved us again. That delayed overhead, though. There we go. Face of unfaltering resolve. Oh, you're still alive. How are you still alive? Hello, Waka23. Long time no see, friend. How are you? Excellent, I hope. Happy Labor Day, and happy Labor Day to anyone who's just joining us from, if you indeed celebrate Labor Day. We got everything we need! I appreciate anyone who's here watching me in spite of the fact that Ian B is streaming for the first time. I really do appreciate that. Because I know he's most people's first option. Living the dream, buddy, and thank you, kind sir. I'm happy to hear that. Okay. We need to upgrade our weapon first and foremost.
What?
No. So So something, another thing I question in the upcoming episode. His chat is a shit show, unfortunately. I like having more viewers, but at the same time, I don't know if it's hard to maintain a, you know, a civilized chat when you have that many viewers. Really, really hard. Unless, of course, you put it behind a paywall and make it subscribers only, but that has its own problems as well.
Be careful like that.
Yes, I will be careful, friend. He needs to throw on R9K, to be honest. What is R9K? Our chats are always a shit show. Indeed. Hello, Kaibot.
Well
If I've
met,
not said hello to you already, friend.
How may I?
Okay. So there are people making lots of noise in the hall. I don't know why. I think people are moving in. I don't know why they'd be moving in on a holiday, but that's just something people do. What am I trying to sell here? Sell one of the 2 torches that we bought.
Ashen.
Alright, so now, in terms of damage, it's a chat mode that really helps with large chats. Prevents... Oh, okay. Interesting. I explored the possibility today before I started streaming of adding, what is it, Nightbot? So we're doing 241 damage now, which is not bad. Of adding Nightbot to my stream. But when I went to add it, like the permissions were not only to give away a list of all the people who follow you, but also to allow them to advertise on the stream. And that's fine, because I guess that's how it makes money, but I didn't want to subject anyone to advertising any more than Twitch already does, so I decided against using that. Okay, so I think we're ready. We still have 1,700 souls, so we'll spend those, and then we'll go fight for it. Finally. I work nights, and usually I would be asleep right now, but between all the greatness on Twitch today, I'm just going to power through and enjoy my day. Well, cool. I hope that, I hate when chats are sub-only mode, but I totally understand why people do it, yeah. But yeah, Waka23, I hope that you enjoy, and that work isn't too much of a pain as a result of that. We're going to buy more crossbow bolts. It's very useful. I think Mootbot is a bit better, but we're not a big chat that explicitly needs it, yeah. Well, the one thing I would like, and that I was thinking might work with that, is when I go to the dashboard when I'm taking a break or like before the stream starts, it would be nice to have some, you know, to be able to write something on the screen, but I don't think the PS4 allows that. In fact, I know the PS4 doesn't allow that. So what I was thinking is that you could use Nightbot to just repeat a message every minute or something that says, we're currently on break, we'll be back, or the stream is starting soon. Because, you know, often when we're on break, people say, oh, like, is the stream over? I already missed it. And it's like, no. It's not over, we're just taking a break. So yeah, I there's a lot of functionality I would like to have, but just because of how crappy my PC is, I can't stream directly to the internets. I need to do it through the PS4. It would be nice to be able to stream in 1080p as well, but again, a luxury we unfortunately do not have. I love doing that for really no reason other than it increases the likelihood that he'll fall on our head. And then there was the one time where he fell right through the elevator. I have no idea what happened. I use Nightbot. I haven't fiddled with too many of the settings yet, but so far it's been fairly decent. Okay. Do you know to what extent does that add advertisements to your channel? I guess that's the thing that most concerns me. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Waka. And you're part of that as well, so thank you for being awesome. Oh, that damage now. This is quite nice. Okay, we do still need to go confer with Emma. So we're going to summon Albert. Hello, Lyria. I cannot see the title of the stream because I'm on mobile, so what's going on? We are doing a Soul Level 1 run. Happy Labor Day, if you are in North America, or Australia, I think. Trying, attempting, I guess is the key word there. You can do it, Albert. I got faith in you, buddy. Oh, wow, okay. We'll leave Albert to that.
Ah, the wait has been long, unkindled one. I am Emma, High Priestess of Lothric Castle. Allow me to speak frankly. You will not find the Lords of Cinder here. They have left, gone, to their churning homes converging at the base of this castle. Head to the bottom of the high wall, forge on through the great gate, and raise this banner to proceed.
Smart rolling you well, because yeah, that's why I only use video game music that's not from Nintendo, because yeah, if you upload it to YouTube, then, you know, basically your content is monetized by someone else because you had a video, or, you know, 10 seconds of an audio file playing or something.
This farewell gift is for you. It is the insignia of an old covenant. If you fear trespassers, then and the old...
Okay, before I continue our dialogue, so again, something that I discussed in the forthcoming episode of Let's Talk Lore, but I guess I'll touch briefly on here, is Theomany, you and JSF, I believe, or not I believe, you guys mentioned that she is kind of lying to us, because she says that the Lords of Cinder are not here. Hello, Ghostman on Third 90. Oh, you know what? Ghostman on Third is actually correct. How is Albert still alive? I wanted to test hitting her to see whether Albert would, like, go home or something. Oh, but he's not even gonna last. Sorry, Albert. When we kill the first 3 Lords of Cinder, is she the one who teleports us? I think so. I don't know if it's her explicitly, but she's the one who gives us, and she talks to us somehow through the ether or whatever.
Unkindled one, go through the but beware the vile. Unkindled but the vile.
But she's technically not lying to us. Because he's, you know, the task she gives us after we're teleported here is tell him what he must be, a lord. So she says the Lords of Cinder are not here. Technically true, because the prince isn't technically a lord at this point. Or at least he rejects the label. The other point I raised is that if she is lying, her motivation for lying, that I don't think I've seen anyone touch on, at least punch her in the face. I don't think I've seen anyone touch on this, but the fact that she's Lothric's wet nurse. Oh, she dies in one hit. Okay, so I'm not going to do that then. She's Lothric's wet nurse, which, and you know, that breastfeeding is a very, very intimate thing. So, insofar as she is lying, I think she's doing it just because she doesn't want harm to needlessly come to Lothric. Because, you know, you can go and try to... You can go and you can try to bring him back, but... But it's pointless unless you have the other 3 cinders. You were right. We mentioned that. A lot's changed after the initial recording, though, but basically she's 1/3 of governance, and yep, the wet nurse, which equates her to mother. Interesting. And that's not something I think, because, most people are like, ew, female anatomy, that's gross. I have that kind of attitude, but we think, like, breastfeeding is a beautiful and wonderful thing, but it also, in the case of a wet nurse, I could see what little I know about breastfeeding. I could see how that would I could see how that would lead to feelings of attachment and sort of confusion on Lothric's part. Not confusion, but I don't know. People have different views on breastfeeding and whether it should be just between a mother and child, or whether, perhaps, because I know there are some people who they do, they breastfeed each other's children. That's a thing that's interesting, but I don't know enough about it to really say. But the reason, oh, crap. Okay, I gotta focus for a second. Get wrecked. Wow. Not bad. Not bad. It certainly is. I don't think it would have been that easy had we not upgraded to +2, but the +2 is, pretty good. You notice after the door opens, you can see the embers sort of floating behind us there. I was thinking that we would get what's-his-face, and then, what's-his-face? The Londor guy. I can't remember his name. And then we would do the 5 level ups, but we can't. Gosh darn, so level 1. Isn't the idea that breastfeeding equals intimate kind of a cultural thing? It might not have had the same significance back in the day, especially when... Well, yeah, it's a cultural thing, but everything that's natural is also cultural, because you can't separate the two. Yol, thank you, everyone. But the point that I didn't make, which I really ought to have, is that when you're lactating, when you're breastfeeding, you're less likely to ovulate, I think. Which makes perfect sense that Lothric would be breastfed by a wet nurse. Because whereas under feudalism generally, the line of succession is incredibly important. But in this case, the line of succession is what is going to keep the world from ending. So it makes sense that Lothric's mother wouldn't have been the one to breastfeed him, so as to ensure that she continues ovulating. So, I don't know what any of that means, but... the Batwing demons are just like they were in Dark Souls 1, I guess. I don't know how to explain it, but all that seems to be that just like they served the institution of linking the fire in Dark Souls 1, they do the exact same thing here. What does Yol drop if you kill him? Is it the chameleon spell? Because I guess he's gonna die anyway. Or maybe he just doesn't drop anything. Hollow Ashes, I think. Oh, so just to sell the items that he would have sold anyway. Well, it makes sense that they'd have a wet nurse given the family Lothric's obsession with creating the perfect Lord of Cinder. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, Chameleon is the Londor assassin, that's right. Well, I was thinking that maybe he would drop it if you didn't progress that far in the quest line. Because if you don't progress the quest line, you won't see the Londor assassin anyway. but it makes more sense that he would just drop his ashes.
Oh, I am Nioh.
Though I don't even know why we're talking to him if he's just gonna die anyway.
Somehow, well, perhaps say I was.
I gotta remember that. Okay. We're just adding a dead corpse to Firelink, really for no reason. Sorry, friend. And so these pilgrims are all trying to reach the peak of Lothric Castle. Okay, Marshmallow. The hollow ashes spawn after he dies from any means of his death, only in untended graves. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we would have to go to the untended graves to get his ashes. That is very interesting. Firelink decoration. Oh, that's awful. I always, because I think back to my blind playthrough, and I was just so confused as to how he died. I was, you know, first I was like, it's definitely, what's his face? It was first I blamed Greirat, and then I blamed Aegon of Kareem. Blame everyone except for myself for not following his quest line. Go figure. Okay, let's go back to Firelink, buy some stuff. We're gonna be speed running through parts of this, I think. Because I've never used the deep battle axe for very long, so this is gonna be interesting to see how well it holds up. So we need 5 more shards in order to get... I think there's 5 shards in the settlement, no? In fact, I'm almost certain there's 5 shards in the settlement. Okay, we need... Does he have anything other than spells? Let's go see.
Oh, our champion of Ash. Welcome home. This pilgrim, with a debt in death, hardly deserves to behold this divine flame. And I never would have, had you not taken me into your service. I thank you dearly for this, and assure you of my leal service.
I thank you kindly, our kindest lord. We beat Vort after spending a very long time preparing for it, Akuma. We beat him on the first try, thankfully. So Logan, if we were to have left him on the bridge there and not sent him back to Firelink, would the ashes spawn in the untended graves? Because I think, because otherwise you could technically make a case that those ashes aren't necessarily his. He has nothing we need.
Be safe, champion of Ash.
Well, they want to die after fulfilling their purpose. Or, you know, they see death as sort of, I don't know.
Oh, and in one piece.
They have a very particular culture, which, yeah, looking forward to learning more about, but I don't really know all that much about right now. We're just going to keep restocking consumables, because we can't spend souls really on anything else at this point, so might as well. Okay, so let's get 30 more of these. 29.
Goodbye.
Abyss Watchers is the hard stop for Act 1.
Ah.
What do you mean by hard stop? I was gonna say, I guess we could always use more prism stones, but we might as well buy some wood bolts.
Ashen 1.
actually. We're not going to be needing a refined gem, I don't think. Yes, the ashes would respawn in untended graves after you defeat Abyss Watchers. So, after you defeat the Abyss Watchers, if you don't send him to Firelink, if you go back to that spot, would his corpse be there? He would die no matter what once you reach the Abyss Watchers? Well, I knew that for the Hollow, the Laundra questline, but I had no idea that was the case for... Oh, okay, interesting, interesting. Okay, we're not going to need a refined gem, so let's sell that. If only to clear out our inventory. Nor will we need a rapier. Can't use claymore. Definitely can't use a spear. Nor will we be using the Astora straight sword, rip. Broadsword, short sword, mailbreaker. Rip bow. Stupid plank shield. I can't use that without two hands. Okay. It might be good for us to upgrade our... I might as well buy these all of these. Okay, we'll buy...
Ashen.
I'm so happy that they raised the storage max. Yeah. Okay, interesting. Cause if you don't send them back, because I guess that's really the only way to test whether or not those would actually be his ashes. I beat the Watchers before I even found the Crystal Sage. Interesting. Yeah, that area is very interesting in how it kind of combines the two bosses plus the PvP stuff. And by the way, we're playing online, so if you have a build that is in the range, if you have a soul level 1 or close to it build, and you have a weapon that is plus 0 to plus 3, I think, or 0 to plus 4, then yeah, you can invade. So you are welcome to do that. Oh, I needed to reinforce the crossbow. What am I doing? Oh, we need 2 Titanite shards. Okay, forget it. Umbral Ash of a Hollow who faithfully served a woman only to become separated from her. With this, the Shrine Handmaid... Okay. What's funny is the number of instances in the game in which a male character is serving a female character. Because there's... yeah, Yuria and Yol, and then there's Irena and Egon, and then it's the inverse with the Firekeepers, where the Firekeepers are serving the men, sort of. And there's a lot of symbiosis, I guess, among these pairings that they have, because you have like the dragons or the wyverns at Lothric Castle. You kill one, the other one dies. You have, you know, Champion Gunder and his Firekeeper. His Firekeeper is dead because, you know, he switched up the AM PM on his alarm clock and was late. So yeah, I don't know what any of that means, but sort of calls back to the knight and his lady trope. Yeah, but in a way I think that more evenly distributes agency, so I like that. It's not just that, you know, the woman relies on the man, but oh, come on. Can't use the torch and the binoculars at the same time. So I did want to see whether or not... It looks like it's the exact same model as these other ones. Rip Loretta. I'm sorry, friend. Oh wait, that's not... Okay. I forgot that hers is around the side, actually. friends with Greirat. Don't you know Greirat? Emma has a... Yeah, that's true. Terrible at parrying this guy. Yes, but Yol isn't the one who serves Yuria. Londor, Paleshade, and the Assassin are his servants too, I think. Yeah, she's got lots of servants. She's sitting pretty, that's for sure. Okay, so this is... That's Loretta there. Another example in Dark Souls 1 with the Pilgrim and her 2 knights, the ones who get abandoned in the Tomb of the Giants. And that is... Oh no, that was bad. Okay, looks like we're okay. Yuria also isn't the only head priestess of Londor either. She has 2 sisters like Lillian, right? The ones that you see in the ending cutscene. So the ones you're talking about rolling Ewok from Dark Souls 1, Vince, Nico, and... What's her name? I just finished the Dark Souls 1 playthrough and went through this too. So you think I'd remember. Yeah, the Evangelists are explicitly female. And imperial as fuck. Pardon my language. The notion of cleansing the bastard and his curse. They appear to have disallowed the religion of the Way of White. Gosh. There we go. Not very observant, either that or they're very intensely praying here. So something else that Theomini and Rhea, thank you, Unpleasant Visitor. Rhea of Thorland, that's her name. So something else that JSF and Theomini pointed out is this tree here, which the implication here seems to be that after some time, this tree would turn into something approximating the cursed rotted greatwood. They probably also subsume the local worship of Velka as well, yeah. I think that's actually the thing you mentioned, rather than the Way of White explicitly, that the people in this settlement seem to have worshipped Velka explicitly, which is why they cut off the passageway to, yeah, the Velka statue. So, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, colonial narratives happening here in such a way that, yeah, I guess similar to the fishing hamlet. The fishing hamlet is a classic, and by classic I mean textbook example of colonialism in action, and so is this place, I think. Oh, crow. Die. Oh, she cleansed that bastard's curse, that's for sure. I was thinking I might buy another PS3 so I could play Dark Souls 1 again. I always thought they would release it on PS4 again. Yeah, that would be nice. And what do you mean by buy another PS3? I'm assuming you mean you sold your PS3 in order to buy PS4? Oh, okay, thank you, Logan, for checking that. So he dies on the bridge and is... Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. Grandma looks worse. I got overconfident there. That was my fault more than anything else. Alright. Next time we buy things, we're going to have to buy some embers, I think. Yeah, I don't trade in anything anymore. After I had to spend something like $200 to rebuild my Sega Master System collection, all the games that, you know, I traded in when I was younger, I got like $6 for. I don't trade in anything anymore, because it's a rip-off. Oh, and there were items at the bottom of this thing that we didn't get anyway, so we might as well go do that. Oh, two-handed, two-handed. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea in the world. I need to continually remind myself that I'm only soul level 1, because I'm just playing this normally as I normally would. Oh my gosh, you guys are so fast! Oh, come on. Stop moving, friend! No! Alright, those souls are gone. Oh, man. Ay, 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 mamma mia. That was not smart. I highly recommend reading Shadow over Innismouth. Innismouth, whatever, how you pronounce it. Very telling story about Bloodborne and the Deep in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, wrecked indeed. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Sitting forward wasn't working, so let's lean. We're gonna lean back and see if that works a little bit better. Yeah, the thralls can be quite annoying. Well, because of, you know, supplies. The more souls you have, the more stuff you can buy, and you know, if you can't rely on scaling and things like that, then at least you should be able to rely on yeah, buying equipment, using equipment to do things you need to do. This place is a mess. Did you survive that, really? I took the family to the Renaissance Festival yesterday. All I wanted to do was roll through barrels. I think that would have been frowned upon. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. It might have been worth it, though, if there was at least one person there who understood what you were doing. Or who understood the inclination to roll through barrels. Okay. So I guess we might as well take this slow again, because we have all these fire bombs, so might as well make use of them. With all the iframes you would have had, they couldn't have stopped you. Maybe. I assume the thralls in the Grand Archives are thieves. I wonder whether the knights there don't kill them. I think that's a good question, because there are several places in the game where you would think they would make use of the mechanic of having, you know, multiple teams. Because they use it in several places throughout the game, but then there are some places where they don't use it where, yeah, it's weird. Oh, come on. Like, if there really is a Lothric Civil War, why don't the blue and red knights fight each other? You would think that they would. Okay, that's 68. 36. Okay, so what's interesting with the thralls in the Grand Archives too is that it's said that they don't go near Lothric Castle because it's rumored to devour people. But isn't the Grand Archives technically in Lothric Castle? So I don't know. Okay, that went much better. I did get a look through. A knight stopped to talk to my kids. He saluted and I praised the sun. My wife walked. That's great. Yeah, because Greirat talks about how no thieves from settlement come to the castle because it eats them alive. Yeah. Sorry, Panson. All right. Let's try this again. I guess I could be using the crossbow for this. It'd actually be cheaper. He must have thought, wow, this guy's really excited. For no apparent reason. Stop moving, friend. There you go. It's like PvP. You're using a ranged weapon in PvP. You're waiting for them to stop rolling. Yes! Okay. Only 2 left. Do you get more damage when you two-hand it? I would assume so, because it scales based on strength, right? Ah, stop moving! No, same damage. Okay, whatever. I like how she has her hat off. She actually puts on her hat. I've never noticed that before. It's either really early or really late with these guys, the parry timing. Have I ever been to a Renaissance festival? I have not. Thank you, Shinobi. I love me the small shields in this game, that's for sure. That wasn't an ace parry. Okay, yeah, fair enough. The first one was, the second one was very much not. Let's see if I can get this guy. Nope. It's the delayed overheads. The delayed overheads always get me. I have been to... Excuse me. I'm burping all over the stream today. I've been to not a Renaissance festival proper, but every year in Toronto they have something called the Canadian National Exhibition, which is basically a fair. If you're in the States, it'd be similar, I guess, to a state fair or something like that. They only have it for about a month each year. I didn't go this year, but I do remember one year there being a Renaissance type part, because every year they do different things. So next year I'm driving up there and picking you up. Where do you live? Because that might be a long drive. Oh, we should have this equipped. Oh, crud. Any tips for a bow-only run? I've not done that, so I'm sure someone here has, though. But I unfortunately can offer no such guidance. So, the body's hanging upside down. Pennsylvania. Oh, I guess that's not too far. That would be like a 15-20 hour drive, maybe. Because I spent a couple of weeks in Allentown when I was younger. 30 hours. Oh, wow, cool. Hold on one second. Detroit would be like 6 hours, I think. But I've been to Allentown, Pennsylvania. I've never been to Philadelphia. Used to spend my summers, at least for a period of 5 or 6 years when I was a kid, used to spend my summers in Martha's Vineyard, or at least a few weeks of our summer, because we had rich friends who also, and they're the people who we would visit in Allentown. Rich family friends, good thing to have. They're nice people, though. Well, Let's Talk Lore's finished rendering, finally. 24 hours later, at least. So the red eye. So this is I think the second red eye enemy we run into. There's a sniper spot to the right of where the bonfire would be. Oh yeah, up on the ledge, right? That would actually be smart. This is not a good weapon for fighting them. They're much too quick for it. So you just gotta get the timing right. And they have just enough HP. So we're gonna try a different tack with these guys. There we go. See, Irena, that's why, you know, I have a little bit of anxiety about losing souls, even though I technically shouldn't, because you don't need them for leveling. Just because it's really good to have consumables in this sort of run. Without too much direction, I'm only 40 minutes from Pittsburgh and 20 from where they have the festival. Cool. I also don't have a driver's license, so can't afford a car. So, and when I was a teenager, I used to dream about, you know, getting a Honda Civic and lowering it and getting a cool muffler, and now I would be satisfied with just a car that gets you from point A to B and then back, because that last bit is, I think, the important thing, but unfortunately just can't afford it, so I've just not bothered getting my license. I do not drive at all, no. I don't have access to a car, so. But I live at the university where I work and study, so. Other than groceries, which I get delivered, because again, no car. I don't really need, and I use Uber a fair bit these days, so. There's an ambush in there, isn't there? I always think that is a summon sign there. Or is there a ring in there in New Game Plus? I don't remember what the heck the purpose of that is. Too early. Blows my mind that people can live without a car due to Alabama being, you gotta drive 20 to 30 minutes to get anywhere. Well, Toronto is, I think, third or fourth largest city in North America. And so I've in spite of the fact that I can't afford a car, I am very fortunate to live in a city that has aging and in many ways problematic transit system, but you know, I can get more or less everywhere I need to go by public transit, so that's very helpful. So that's why I've never really bothered. But yeah, I can see how that might be very, very strange if you live in this sort of place that requires a car to get around. Oops, sorry. If only the South had some sort of monorail, elevated train, subway system of the North, I would dream about driving a whole lot less. Alright. I think we'll go a little bit longer before taking another break. We'll see if we can make it to 3 hours. Yeah, the big problem with the public transit in Toronto is that the downtown core is becoming more and more concentrated, in that instead of building out to the suburbs, which is also happening, downtown is being built up, because basically everywhere, wherever possible, there are condos going up like crazy. the condo boom has been going in Toronto for something like 10 or 15 years. So the transit system, especially downtown, has become more and more strained over time. I did my undergrad at a school that was right downtown, Ryerson University, and that was a nightmare sometimes. Alright, so let's see if we can get Holy Knight Hodrick to kill himself, because I've done it a few times. Let's see. Over here, friend. He stares at you for like 15 seconds, and then he just... Sorry, friend. Part of the problem is that our city is growing faster than the infrastructure can keep up with, so they're constantly trying to repair and build new roads. And an enormous part of the problem with that, with infrastructure, is that every single municipality, state, federal, provincial government, whatever the case may be, they all think that their mandate is to cut taxes, keep taxes at what they deem an acceptably low level, neglecting to consider the impact that poor infrastructure has, because they want to keep taxes low because it's apparently better for business and for the economy in general, completely and utterly failing to consider the fact that without good roads, without strong infrastructure, then that has an incredibly deleterious, I don't know if I'm saying that word right, deleterious effect on the economy. So you can't have it both ways. Taxes are needed in order to maintain public spaces and in order to keep an economy going. It's not enough to have low taxes. Yeah, in terms of availability and coverage, I don't even live in a city we have a well. Now, for all the problems that Toronto has, I'm very grateful to have been born here and to continue living here, so I shouldn't really complain all that much. So the Great Scythe is a weapon that I've long wanted to use and didn't really have an excuse to use it until I started working on the second build for Let's Talk Lore, which is, sorry, one second. Does any of you know that I'm big on theme builds? So the Trash Man wrote a book called Limbo, and his real name is Marco, which I think I've read on stream before, the synopsis, but this is a story of a man who accidentally becomes Grim the Reaper, the most highly revered killer in Limbo, a place beyond time and space as we know it, where psychopaths compete for perverse honor and status as they carry out their deathly duties. As Grim struggles to hold on to the memories of the life he's lost, he discovers that the insane being who shaped him and the course of existence itself may have sinister plans for the one thing he values most. In Limbo, the end is only the beginning. And so the sinister being mentioned there, and so that's Limbo by Marco Panza. The sinister being he's mentioned there is actually based on the Rotten from Dark Souls 2. So I've always wanted to do a Grim Reaper build, but I've never really had a good excuse to do it until, my best friend wrote an excellent book, and I was very, very happy that it was actually good, because, your best friend writes a book. It's on Amazon, Akuma. Just search for Limbo by Marco Panza. Or I could... When we go on break, I'll put a link in the chat. But yeah, so he was partially inspired by when we were playing Dark Souls 2, me and the Trash Man, by the Rotten. And the Rotten is so rather than simply being a collection of corpses, the Rotten is not only a thing, like a hive mind type thing, but is also a place. So it's really, really fascinating. And I'm amazed by the twistedness of my best friend's mind. Some of the stuff he came up with. But yeah, so Grim the Reaper will be the second of possibly 3 builds we're going to be using in Let's Talk Lore. And so whenever we have to kill... Thank you, Theomany. So whenever we have to kill an NPC or something in a way that, you know, Aegon of Astora wouldn't necessarily do, we're going to warp away from somewhere, and then when we warp back, it'll be Grim the Reaper who will be taking care of business. So yeah, so I would highly recommend, and I'm not just saying that because it's my best friend, if you like fantasy horror novels that are at least inspired, not necessarily based on, but inspired by certain aspects of Souls, then yeah. Limbo by Marco Panza, or The Trash Man as most of you know him, is a great read. Really, really good. Okay, we might as well open up the shortcut and then deal with the rest of that stuff afterwards. Are there any useful pyromancies that we can use at soul level 1, I wonder? I presume there are, because we have 10 and everything, right? The regular buses are wheelchair friendly and free with a pass. I can use their special disabled rider's pass, which is weird because it actually costs money to ride their special. We had a similar thing rolling Ebok in Toronto. It's called Wheeltrans, and there are a ton of problems with it. My aunt had MS, and she died when I was 9, I think. She was asked to take part in a documentary, basically looking at all the problems with Wheeltrans. Because I remember, yeah, like they didn't have air conditioning, and you know, MS is less than you know, it's more than mobility issues. It affected basically every aspect of her life in a physiology, and so you know, it wasn't seen as a big issue that the Wheeltrans buses didn't have air conditioning. But you know, just because someone can't walk doesn't mean that they don't also need other comforts. It's just very strange. Let's go back to Firelink, because we got lots of stuff to trade in now. We got an Undead Bone Shard, we got SS Flash Shard. Oh, sorry I missed that unpleasant visitor. If you're still here, have a good day, friend. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Force of habit, I was about to go and level up there, but can't do that. So we still need 4 Titanite shards. Would there be any point in us joining the... I wonder if there'd be any point in joining the Mound Makers. I guess we might as well. Okay, hold on. Mortician's Ashes. Umbral ash of a resident of the Undead settlement who made a living burying corpses. With this, the shrine handmaid will prepare new items. So, hello, Dudgiver. I'm glad to see that you were able to join the stream, friend. But yeah, Theomany and JSF. Oh, cool, Akuma. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, because I was very happy again that like you don't have to lie to your best friend and be like, yeah, man, it was good. And I don't read many fiction novels, just because you know I more or less read for a living. So, you know, when I'm done reading the things I need to do for work and for my studies, I'm just like I don't feel like reading. But yeah, a really, really good book. Umbral Ash of a resident of the Undead settlement who made... So, is this made to suggest that the Undead settlement was built on top of a cemetery? I wonder? Because if so, that's messed up.
Ah, well met, Ashen One. How may I be of service? Gracious, passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
Okay. So that unlocked for us the human pine resin. Charcoal pine resin rotted with human body fluids. I guess bodily fluids is what it means. Temporarily applies dark to right-hand weapon. Normally used in the undead settlement for preservation and burials, but can mature into this state, becoming a valuable substance used in a certain ceremony, often seen for trade at exorbitant prices. The Undead settlement probably was a serf countryside location for the city of Lothric itself, and probably the chief way it made its living. But like, one of the big issues across the whole world of Dark Souls is just what to do with all these bodies, yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so we're maxed out there. Might as well buy some embers. I said that's what we were going to do, so we'll buy 2 embers. We could use the Learning Skulls eventually. Don't need human pine resin. Homer bones.
Ashen.
Yeah, what's to do with the bodies? But it's striking how similar the area is to
And in one piece. Well,
how similar the area is to Hemwick Charnel Lane. Let's buy some more supplies, might as well. Oh, we need the key. We need the key.
Goodbye.
So let's buy that first. Key to the barred door leading from the sewer below the Undead settlement to a moist grave. The grave, which no longer receives visitors, was once the site of a statue of Velka, goddess of sin, and was believed to pardon wrongdoing and lift curses. So it's interesting that on the one hand, the evangelists are seemingly intent on lifting curses, and yet they block off, they bar the passage to another thing that is demonstrated to actually get rid of curses. So I guess, in a way, kind of showing how different religions have similar ideas, but even though the borders of the ideas are similar, the interior contents of them are completely different and often contradictory. So that's interesting.
Ashen One.
I don't read. It takes a lot of time for me to get interested in a book. I've read 1984 and a big chunk of Lovecraft's works. That's it. It's a fine selection. I like that premise sounds interesting, though. It's very interesting, yeah. And again, yes, just like me, I don't remember the last fiction novel I read prior to that, but and I probably wouldn't have read it if it wasn't by my best friend, of course, but I do not feel the slightest bit of discomfort recommending it, just because I know that most people, if the premise sounds interesting to you, you probably really like the book. Okay. So, when you give him Loretta's bone, he obviously becomes very upset.
She was already dead. Thank you. I'm not surprised, though. Almost a relief, really. You can keep the ring as, well, a little trinket of thanks, I suppose.
he seems to have gone to get the blue tearstone ring specifically, which is why he's not surprised that she's already dead, because she must have been ailing at the time he left, and which is really just touching, sad, tragic, but just nice that he, you know, on the one hand he wants to be remembered as sort of a Robin Hood type figure, but on the other hand he cared enough for Loretta to even go, and yeah, like, it's, I don't know, it's fascinating. And he takes it well at first, but then obviously later on it hits him. Well, presumably he stole it, yeah, but I think that he stole it for Loretta, because blue tearstone boosts your defense when you're close to death. So, you know, it makes sense that if he had this friend or his mother or whatever Loretta's relation is to him, hello, by the way, Keyfree, I don't think I've said hi to you, that, yeah, he would go and get the blue tearstone ring, or steal it, whatever, and then say, you need to get this back to her because, you know, she's almost dead. So, yeah, and he probably got locked up trying to steal it, which maybe if he had gotten it and then gotten back, he would have, because the way we find her with the body hanging like that is, yeah, suggests that she's been dead for a while, right? So, cheers to you as well, friend. Happy Labor Day if you're celebrating that today.
Goodbye. And stay safe. Oh, this place is a bore.
It's too early for in the day for these
savory if you've not.
By the way, I know someone mentioned for you to read Shadow over Innismouth. I would say do it, and you can download his works for free. It's been, yeah, I find Lovecraft interesting, but honestly, not really enough to spend time reading Lovecraft stuff. Like, I've read a few of the short stories in the context of Bloodborne Let's Talk lore, but I'm iffy about it.
I don't want it.
Mostly just because, again, reading is a weird thing for me. Better at writing than reading, as odd as that sounds. But writing also takes a very long time for me too. Who's this guy fighting over here? Alright, we're gonna take a break. I wanted to make it to 3 hours, but might as well take a break now so we can finish the rest of the Undead settlement in one go. Yeah, and that's part of the issue I have with it. Like, I know he was a man of his time and everything like that, but yeah. Yeah, there were some really good, that's an excellent suggestion, Penson. There were some really good readings of his works on YouTube, actually. I seem to recall there being one channel where, yeah, the guy just reads Lovecraft stuff, and he had a great voice for it too, but I can't remember what the channel was named or anything like that. But yeah, if you look on YouTube, there are lots of really good Lovecraft readings, so. Providence by Moore. Is that the name of the channel? Enigma Vibration? Hello, by the way. If so, thank you very kindly. But yeah, we're going to take another 5 to 10 minute break. Wayne June? Maybe. Hello, level 99 human wizard. So yeah, so we're going to take a break 5 to 10 minutes. Let me get a good... that's a good track. From F-Zero-X on the N64. So we'll be back. Yes, it is nice that we can be adults here. That's for sure. What an oblivion is that? That's that guy Patches, our soul level 1 build. Whoops. Sorry, adjusting this mic is always fun. Alright. Well, I hope you're feeling better, Rebecca. Dude looks like an evil Wilford Brimley. Yep, I can see that. Alright. My back is killing me for some reason. Okay. So we need to head over to the Undead settlement. I think he'll give us a heavy gem at this point, but we have no need for it. He'll give us the key to go kill the Dark Wraith, but again, really no need for it. At least for now. Aegon rocking that hips. It's not so much a hipster beard as just I've not shaved since last time I streamed, I think. Gosh, so much gas today. Breaking all of the stream etiquette rules. Yeah, you need to get things out in the open, that's for sure. Better not to, like, 'cause yeah, if you ignore problems, they get worse. And if you actually look at them seriously, you can learn from them too. What kind of things do you teach in university? This year I am teaching a course called, I pulled up the syllabus earlier because I forgot the name of the course. Health Controversies. Issues of Health, Illness, and Society. And last year I taught, and the year prior, Introduction to Science and Technology Studies, which is my field of study. So, but it's weird and awkward in the sense that were I say studying anthropology, I could say, oh yeah, I'm going to be an anthropologist once I graduate. But whereas with, because the thing is, science and technology studies isn't so much a field as it is just a collection of interdisciplinary approaches to looking at the place of science and technology in society. But with all that said, gosh, excuse me, when I graduate, I can tell people that I'm a student of science and technology, I guess, instead of like, you know, you have a PhD in anthropology, you're an anthropologist, but PhD in science and technology studies, I get to tell people I'm a student of science and technology. Ah, I'm never going to get that overhead. Never. Well, Bloodborne completely turns around the ideology of Innocent Mouth by making the Healing Church the villains. Yeah, as opposed to the saviors. So, yep. It's very subversive in that way. I like that too. Does anyone in your classes recognize you as the guy who spent 40 hours talking about Bloodborne? 46, I think, to be precise. And no one has recognized me. The closest I got to that was last year when I was I was about to lead a tutorial, and the class that was in there prior to my class, they were in there like 2 minutes past the end of class, which is fine, whatever. But so when I was like, okay, it's 2 minutes past, so I'm just gonna walk into the classroom, and they were just adjourning, and then I heard someone in the class talking. I think it was Bloodborne they were talking about. And so it was a student in another class where I'm like, oh, you talking about Bloodborne? He's like, yeah. I'm not saying they recognize me or anything, but that's the closest I've come in professional capacity to relating to a student about that stuff. Well, thank you, Paper Kane Kyle. Welcome, friend. That's what we try to do here. Or at least I should say that's primarily what we do here. Oh, come on. No. Where are you going? You just did, like, a moonwalk over that roof there. That was nice, friend. You got some fancy moves. There you go. Okay, that's where the stables are. Let's get that item over there. Yeah, at least it got made into a game called The Fishing Hamlet. Fishing Hamlet's a freaky place, that's for sure. As is the Hunter's Nightmare in general. Rip. Okay, that door only opens from the one side. I think I'm gone. Stream quality sucks on Source since you figured to stream the same day as EMP. Everyone is there instead. Okay, sorry, Witcher Andrew. Sorry, friend. I don't know why it doesn't give quality options sometimes. It's weird. Blame EMP for that, because yeah, he's using all of the Twitch resources. Chat goes in-depth discussion of Lovecraft, Aegon comes back, and bam, back on track. Well, you guys can talk about whatever you want. Alright. So this is the first time I've noticed this, but this structure here is eerily reminiscent of at least the architecture style of Anor Londo. And I can't say I've ever noticed that before. Could be wrong though. Does this guy attack us if we just stand in front of him? Oh, he's so kind. Yeah, no, gosh darn it. I honestly don't know. I don't have a clue about what that meme means, but I can't be bothered to really learn much about it. Yeah. Well, what you gonna do when you live in a shoe, I guess. Not until you you kill tree balls. It's tree balls. Oh, the cursed rod of Greatwood. Oh, continuity error. I picked up that item there. And so you can hear the crash of us, yeah, being tossed into the pit. The dorms next to mine had a Harambe themed party last Wednesday night. I'm all for a throwdown. But when there's drunk-ass children in gorilla suits walking down the street 3 a.m., I'm pissed. What's wrong, Shinobi? You don't want me to join the Mound Makers? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've never participated in really any of like the post-secondary social stuff. Mostly because when I started doing undergrad, I was working for the most part. And I was already several years older than people because I actually dropped out of high school twice before going back to school. Thank you for sharing that, Enigma. Anyone else really wish that Bloodborne and Dark Souls are on the same world, not universe? I think they're separate. I'm not really sure it matters all that much either way, though. Like, that's something that you know, you could look at, and, you know, that could be interesting, but...
Well, what's up? This pit is for hollows, not for the likes of you sane folk. Or perhaps you are a hollow, posing as otherwise?
Indeed.
Yes, yes, then we are just fine. It's important to know who you are, but we'll all be mad soon enough.
See you later, Panson. Thanks for joining us, friend.
Well, all the more so.
I think Bloodborne's got enough brutal monsters to begin with without needing dragons, too.
Beware, the shackles of the gods are fragile.
Or Patches, which is also series-wide.
Etch it on your heart if you feel your sanity slipping.
But I think they did a great job in both cases of incorporating it into the lore specific to Bloodborne.
Come here to pile up your victims, for that will form your anchor. You'll see when you go mad. They'll be your family.
This guy is so weird.
You'll go mad, won't it?
Thank you.
This pit is for hollows, and for the occasional madman fond of piling up victims. You've better things to do, I'd hope.
You mean sort of like when I wrecked you by having you jump off the cliff? Richard is another FromSoft NPC, or Ricard, and I wonder if Richard is a reference to JSF. Yeah, so you can see the vertebrate shackles here. Amidst all these skulls and whatnot. Okay. Let's take his advice and get the heck out of here. Oh, work on wooden shield. The wooden shield reinforced with metal, the largest of the wooden medium shields. The bizarre pattern featured on the shield is the mark of a mad god, revered as a god of war in remote regions. A mad god, so that presumably is referring to the Nameless King? It's hard to even see. Maybe we should get out of here first before we look at that. I think Lobos played through the Kingsfield games something like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. So it would be on his YouTube channel, I think. Well, certainly at the outset he appears to be sane, but he has kind of... he has... like, he's pretty hollow when you see him. So is that 2 dragons? It's hard to even see without twisting your... Gosh darn it. Is that what that's supposed to be? Either 2 dragons or a twin-headed dragon? Oh, it's like... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Didn't his... I don't know if they revoked his godhood as much as they just erased him from the historical record. So maybe referring to him as a mad god because he sided with the dragons, perhaps? I don't know. It's interesting, though. Okay, now we need to get one more bonfire. This is also to some degree practice for Let's Talk Lore, because you're stuck on the floor there, friend. Because even though I've played a lot of Dark Souls 3, not to the extent that I did with Dark Souls 1 and 2, where I knew which route I was going to take, or even with Bloodborne, where I knew what route I was going to take and how to basically 100% every area if I wanted to. Not so much in this game yet. Have you watched Mr. Robot? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that name, so I'm going to assume no. Is that a movie, a TV show, a streamer? something like that. Oh, you silly trolls! Tricks are for kids. Stop it. He's just going crazy, swinging that weapon. Bad parry. It's a meth TV show. Well, I don't have cable, so I don't watch TV. The only thing I watch TV for is baseball and basketball. And by TV I mean I stream both of those things. Okay. I think we got all the items there. If not, that was a fail on my part, so we need to go through the stables this time. TV show about a hacker dealing with psychological issues and his place in the world. Well, that sounds interesting. Is it on Netflix? Take that back right now. If there's any show that really surprised me with how deep it is, it's BoJack Horseman, which, you know, even though it's hilarious at parts, it's also a reflection on depression and living with depression, which is a subject that hits pretty close to home for me, so I enjoy that show greatly. Oh, it's on Show Me. BoJack is amazing. Todd is my favorite. Todd, Mr. Peanut Butter is great too. And just the way, and the Keith Olbermann seal, I don't remember what his name is in the show, but okay, I hope you feel better, Rebecca. Take care. And thanks for joining us, even though you weren't feeling well. We missed a heck of a lot of followers. I apologize, everyone. So, Sinach Games, Baraziza 1200, I think we said welcome to you, but we'll just go through them all anyway. Sorowitz 90, Mark Peoples 215, Cindersun, Iconic Chaos, and Ramazan 1239. Thank you for the follows, friends, and welcome to the Rant King Covenant. I apologize for having taken so long to welcome them, if you're still here. You didn't like Season 2 of BoJack, or are you talking about Mr. Robot? Oh, Mr. Robot, okay, yeah. Preacher, I've only watched the first episode. I do intend to watch the rest of it, though, because the Trash Man was a big fan of the... I call it debris falling there. Oh, okay, well, sorry that I missed your follow, friend, and welcome. But yeah, with Preacher, the Trash Man was a big fan of the graphic novels, so he recommended that I watch it. I still intend to, but too many things to watch, too many things to do, too many videos to make is really the primary problem. Stop it. Don't even need to two-hand my weapon to kill you guys. That elemental damage, though. So these guys have seemingly imprisoned or captured Cornix? Cornix? I don't remember which one it is. Okay, so again, with respect to the Homeward Bone thing, how they just warp out of there, so...
Aha, unkindled, are we? Welcome to my abode. I am Cornix, an old pyromancer.
Cornix.
A crow in his cage, as you see now. But here we are, an encounter for the ages. I hear the unkindled make for fine vessels. Care to learn some pyromancies from this old man?
Yeah, the Aldrich thing is very, very interesting. So again, about the warping thing, something that JSF and Thumany brought up is the fact that you need to actually give consent for Cornix to to basically, I think Theumeni, you put it to basically become a serf. They serve us as a lord. But if you decline, they don't warp out of there.
Oh, most foolish. This old crow has a little knowledge of his own, you know. Ah, no sense in spelling it out. I will not rush you. You will return once you are enlightened. We are, after all, both undead, and both prisoners in our own ways.
So again, people are always kind of being flippant about the fact that the NPCs warp. And it was something that I'm pretty sure I said during my blind playthrough is, why didn't he just warp out of there if he had the opportunity to? But they don't warp. They can't warp until we actually give them permission to do so. Because presumably they're coming to the Firelink Purgatory that is under our, at least partially under our control. And at least partially under that of the Firekeeper, and perhaps Ludleth as well.
Well, hello. That was certainly quick. Are you any more enlightened on this occasion? Ah, most wise. A chance encounter should not be squandered. To reiterate, I am Cornix of the Great Swamp. The pleasure is mine.
So there you go. Rolling Ewok, I don't think they need to necessarily be in the same universe for the same things to apply. I think you're right in that there's certainly a connection between the Deep and Aldrich, which is basically just Eldritch, just with one letter change or whatever. But I think it's not necessarily that they're in the same universe as much as it is just that the concurrent development of Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne. No, I don't think it's fair, Hollow Death Step, and that's something that I frequently do myself, because Miyazaki doesn't make these games themselves. He makes them with lots of people. So certainly I need to be more cognizant of that and not just attribute everything to Miyazaki. But what I will say is that to some degree, FromSoft in general and Miyazaki in particular, during the development of both Bloodborne and then Dark Souls 3, seem to have been very interested, not necessarily in Lovecraftian stuff proper, but the Cthulhu mythos. And I do think that that had a big influence on the development of Dark Souls 3. I miss Big Daddy Ad. Sup, Aegon, been a long time fan of the YouTube channel. I'm glad I finally get to say hello to you. Well, hello to you as well, friend. Welcome, and I'm glad that you were able to join us. Yeah, well, but I think that's just part and parcel of a larger problem, and that is of our tendency to view everything as, you know, individual achievements, individual glory, things like that. So just the hyper-individualism of our neoliberal age, I guess. Okay, so I think we've done pretty much everything. We need to go free Irena and Egon. JSF made some comparison to Lovecraft's Dreamlands works as well, didn't he, Aegon? Yeah, but I think he also said that it doesn't seem to be necessarily a direct influence of Lovecraft, but more that he was influenced by the broader Cthulhu mythos, which, you know, starts with Lovecraft, but, you know, incorporates a lot of other things that perhaps Lovecraft didn't necessarily write about himself. But again, I don't really know all that much from it, but that's my understanding of at least the point that JSF was trying to make. But yeah, it wasn't necessarily a direct Lovecraft influence as much as it was that he was just influenced by the extended mythos. What is a Westaboo? I don't know what a Westaboo is. So this is the place that the evangelist or the Evangelist, and I guess just Aldrich and Sullivan. JSF is, Jeux Sans Frontières, or Richard Pilbeam, who makes, he's also, like myself, a PhD student from Australia, and he makes really great YouTube videos. Hello, Slim Callie, and Slice Hazard. Weeaboo is a Westerner obsessed with Japanese culture, so like the opposite. Interesting. I don't think that Miyazaki is obsessed with Western culture as much as it emerged from... It emerged from, you know, the story he told was when he was a kid, he was too poor, his parents couldn't afford manga or anime or anything like that, so he would go to the library. Terribly worn waistcloth. The deprived only managed to rummage just enough cloth to protect the vital parts. And so he went to the library and took out a bunch of English books, but, you know, he couldn't read English, so he had to fill in the blanks. And so he was seemingly inspired not only by the likes of Berserk, but also by Western fantasy tales. But that's what makes these games so interesting, I think, is that the fill-in-the-blankness of it is that it's Western setting but filled in with Eastern cultural ideas. So you can request absolution and dissolution. So to absolve one of sins, so to forgive the sins, so that is to forgive the sins. And dissolution, is that to get rid of aggro from enemies? Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, but that's the thing about the whole games, is that these games kind of embody the... They sort of embody the cultural mashup of things. Of that, you know, everything just exists in this sort of cultural whirlpool where things just get entangled and messed up and confused, and the task of disentangling those things in this game is not only impossible, but it's also incredibly interesting for that reason. At least to me. One of them is NPC. Oh, okay, interesting. Sorry, Rolling Ewok. And these enemies here, I guess, showing that the likes of the hollow trees, or maybe it's just about de-evolution, that these... Oh, I love the guy with the hat. That's my favorite. Oh no! That everything is sort of devolving back to its natural state, and that is of the grayness and the, you know, of the arch trees and the everlasting dragons and the like. Back, I've had to return to Velka as I was carefully acquiring the Londor Pale Shade armor, making that armor really pretty expensive. Oh man, I can't believe that guy had a chance to completely, decimate me in light of that horrible parry attempt, and yet he just flew right by me. So dissolution, so absolution I'm going to assume is for NPC sins, and dissolution for PvP sins? Oh, you, Theomany, you're talking about a physical cosplay? That you're actually making a Londor Pale Shade cosplay? If so, that'd be really, really cool. Oh yeah, that's right. But it doesn't get rid of the dark sigils, right? And this one lone worker guy there. guys had such bad aim. I was standing right there. I wasn't moving. Just removes hollowing. So similar to the Purging Stone. So it just does the same thing as the Purging Stone. Wait, there's two of them down here. Or is it just that one of them falls down here? Oh, crud. You always get into these delayed attacks. God. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that it's just like so it's not actually, you're not actually curing it, you're just transferring it over to something else. But in the case of the oh, what am I doing? Alright, we're gonna quit and reload. In the case of the Purging Stone, you're transferring the curse over to this stone that is so you're transferring it over to a surrogate, I guess. But in the case of Velka, I guess it's just a miracle, because presumably you're not transferring it over to the statue. But one also requires souls, and the other doesn't, so I don't know. Interesting, though. What are those chains on that worker for, you think? Probably, I would assume it's probably sort of a leash, maybe? Which reminds me about, you know, the notion of slavery in certain games. So is there anyone in the chat who plays Fallout 4 and does not want me to discuss spoilers for Nuka World, for the final DLC? I'll give you a minute. So the time in the, so it says 3:32. At 3:34, I'm going to talk briefly about the thing that, oh my god, how does it, you guys all fell down here. I'm going to talk about the thing that annoys me the most about the Nuka World DLC. So speak now for, okay, alright, I won't talk about it then. I'll talk about it later, but there is something that really annoys me about the DLC. In broad, non-spoilery terms. Why aren't you doing the one attack I can parry, friend? No. In broad, non-spoilery terms, I will say that even though the DLC is very, very interesting in what it allows you to do, it doesn't provide adequate choice. If you don't want to, if you want to do something that, you know, if you're playing a character that is, you know, morally, if you're trying to be a good guy, I guess, to put it simply, then the DLC offers you not as much as if you were to be an ass. That's all I'll say. I won't spoil anything specifically, but I am a little annoyed by that. But it's an interesting DLC. Oh, stop it. Always doing your fancy magic. What the heck did I get hit by there? Did someone throw something from up top there? I have no idea. Oh, man. Oh yeah, Fallout 4 is a very interesting game. Yeah, yeah. It's hard though, because it's even higher risk than it generally is, because were there two crystal lizards there? Did I miss a crystal lizard? I'm gonna do one more quit and reload, because I feel like there's two there. You can parry their book? For real? Wow. the aspect of choice in Infamous. I don't know what Infamous is, so... Infamous Second Sons? Is that what it's called? If so, I've never played it, so I can't really say, but I've been fascinated with, like, the morality type mechanics in games pretty much since the first Fable on the original Xbox. Hello again, Big Daddy. You don't need to apologize. It's all good. If you gots to go, you gots to go. No one's gonna hold that against you. No, I was imagining things. There's only the one crystal lizard. Silly me. I think even the Souls games falls victim to sort of that black and white conception of morality every now and then. Was a good mediocre beat 'em up. But yeah, like if you look at the endings, and Mass Effect was an interesting case in that too. I inadvertently beat Mass Effect without having updated it to include the new endings. And I was kind of upset about it, but I really, really enjoyed the journey, so it really didn't bother me that much. I had a lot of, because I didn't play them until much later, until after the third one was out. And I got the box set with all three of them. Because one of my favorite games, and I remember just the scarcity of RPGs. Yeah, and that's the thing that's great about the Souls games in general, is that you have to live with the consequences of your actions, more than any other game series. But just briefly, I'll say that, in light of the scarcity of RPGs on the Xbox, the original Xbox, not the Xbox One, just the original Xbox, I was really hyped for, first it was, I think, yeah, it was Fable 1, and then Morrowind. So that was my first Elder Scrolls game, was Morrowind, which I friggin' loved, but which I've since gone back and tried to play, and I'm like, eh. But I think the RPGs I had the most fun playing were probably Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. So yeah, I really liked those games, even though it had that very black and white morality thing, but that's kind of what Star Wars was prior. I think the first one was initially Slim Cali, but then I think they released it to PS3 and yeah, PC and stuff later. Yeah, Spec Ops The Line. Can I ask someone to Google... Actually, I'll just get it for you guys. So if you're playing Spec Ops The Line, and perhaps this is a video you're going to want to save until after you're finished for reasons of spoilers. But I've never played Spec Ops The Line. But I have watched a video from one of my favorite YouTubers on it, which is brilliant, by Errant Signal, where he... Yeah, the YouTube channel from which kind of inspired the two video essays that I've done so far. But yeah, back to the game for now.
Who is there? Is someone there? Anyone? Oh, please, whoever you are, touch me. The dark surrounds me, nibbles at my flesh. Little creatures, they never stop biting. So please, hold out your hand and touch me.
So that sounds a lot like the descriptions of humanity and its impact on the Firekeepers from Dark Souls 1. I can't remember the exactly how it was put, how it was phrased. That the bonfire is the Firekeepers are a draw for infinite humanity, So did I, Hollow Death Step. I was like, they made Army of Darkness into a book, or maybe it was a book originally? Yeah. But yeah, that's... I may have mentioned that in my blind playthrough, but I feel like that's the first time I made that connection.
So close, indeed. Then I am not entirely alone just yet. Praise the merciful gods above.
So I've never done Irena's bad ending, but that is one such instance in which Grim the Reaper is going to come very much in handy. That's not Velka. That's Irena.
Oh, forgive me. I am Irena of Karim.
You're going to make Velka a firekeeper?
I came to this land so that I might be a firekeeper. Your touch has freed me.
That's a
from
good
the
point,
darkness.
Arcross.
You are a champion, then. I am weak and unfit to tend the flames. But if it would not trouble you,
very, very
might
low,
I enter into your service
I think, Curry Polo.
instead?
Thank you, Thumeni.
Oh, thank you, sweet champion.
So again, we're accepting her service. We
I shall
gave
take
her
my vows.
consent.
I, Irena of Karim, solemnly swear to serve you.
And then she joins our realm, our dimension, I don't know. So the Firekeeper's soul. Each Firekeeper is a corporeal manifestation of her bonfire, and a draw for the humanity which is offered to her. Her soul is gnawed by infinite humanity and can boost the power of precious Estus flasks. So that sounds exactly like how she described it. And not only that, but there's also that spell Doris's Gnaw or whatever, and there's those spells that basically do the same thing. But the Evangelists are associated with the deep and not the dark, so... Big Daddy, I wasn't intending to, but if there's an area I'm having considerable trouble with, then I might do that. But, you know, I don't want this to be... Oh, I missed an item. I do want to some degree to... Because usually when I stream, the summons, all the viewers do all the work for me, so... I do want to some degree, to prove that I can still play this game. Oh, come on. Evil D-Bag and Extreme Cheddar PS4. Thank you for the follows, friends, and welcome to the Rent King Covenant. Much appreciated.
Another
I'll
one
go grab
of those
it, yeah.
unkindled, are you? All you faceless undead, behaving
Okay,
as
Adam.
if you deserve respect. Now you've gone and rescued the wench. How very quaint. Pitying creatures that are beyond help. Very well. I'm sick of looking after her at any rate. I'm Egon, a knight of Karim. I am allied to you for as long as you assure the girl's safety. And only for that long.
Okay, hold on, there are a few things here. Hello, Morse Gossenzento? Sorry, I can't pronounce names. Welcome to the stream, friend. I want to hear what Aegon has to say about Egon. I think that obviously he puts on a tough face, in that, you know, he pretends like he doesn't really care about her, when clearly he does, based on his actions and what happens if you know, in his eyes, mistreat her. But it could also just be that, you know, that's what Karim Knights are supposed to do. They're supposed to serve these women who are aspiring to be firekeepers. So it's possible that he doesn't really care about her, but it's just an honor thing. My initial perception was that, yeah, he's just Zento or Morse will suffice. Okay, Zento. Welcome, friend, and thank you for correcting me. Yeah, he doesn't need to be such a jerk about it, but you know, that's what masculinity is. That's how it's framed, how it's conceived in our present time, and to some degree, a considerable degree in medieval times. That, you know, you shouldn't care about things that women are supposed to be the nurturers and men are not. They're supposed to be the breadwinner type thing, and it's supposed to be badass. You're not supposed to cry. And so that's one reading of it. I don't know if that's what they were going after, but that's one way you could look at it.
What's the matter? My terms are very simple. I am allied to you for as long as you assure the girl's safety. And only for that long.
I think he does care for the girl, but resents what she is. Interesting. No, you had it right the first time. R-E-S-E-N-T-S is resents. But then he steps up, he gets wrecked by you. Well, I am glad that you appreciate my analysis. I like the fact that he's got a gargoyle-esque helmet, very similar to the gargoyles who protect the Bell of Awakening, which turns the very similar place in Dark Souls 2. Lost Bastille, it's the there are two different places. Gosh, now I'm blanking. Oh, you're right, Theomany, thank you. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's so good. It's a small shield too, and it's blessed. I forgot about that. Gosh, I need a new monitor. Sorry, 1 second. I've had this monitor. Oh no, no signal. Okay. Oh crud. I've had this monitor for something like 6 or 7 years. An Acer 22-inch 16x10 monitor, 1680 by 1050 resolution. This is the first HD display device I ever bought, and it's lasted this long. And I actually had a second 22-inch Acer monitor that I bought like 2 years after that, and that broke before this one. But now, I guess there's something wrong with the VGA connection on the back, because every now and then it just, you can see red flickering on it, and then it just cuts out randomly, so. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. Like, he never speaks to her, but he leads her around. Something else with respect to the senses in this game that I find very interesting is that, can you speak on why you think the Firekeeper's eyes appear where Irena sits in the dark shrine? I don't know. I don't know if there's necessarily supposed to be any significance to that, but that's a good question. You would also have to ask why it's behind an illusory wall. So I'm not sure. When I first came in here during my blind run, I completely missed that elevator because as soon as he came, I got so excited. Hi, friend. Who, Irena with the secret agenda? I suppose it's possible.
I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegward of Katarina. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Have you ever walked near a white birch only to be struck by a great arrow? Well, if I'm not mistaken, they come from this tower. Whoever it is, I'm sure I can talk some sense into them. But I have to find a way up, and that's just the trouble. This lift only goes down, you see, and... Well...
Arcross, by way of a counterpoint, in Dark Souls 1, both Vince and Niko, and the guy with the bowl cut who I hate, whose name I always forget, all three of those Way of White Knights, they resent the heck out of someone whose name someone reminded me of earlier. They resent the Way of Night. What is her name? Dark Souls 1. Vince and Niko. Literally, it was an Petrus. Yes, thank you. Petrus and Rio Thorlin. Thank you. Thank you, Brain. Even though someone reminded me like an hour earlier, it took me that long to remember. But yeah, the counterpoint being Vince, Niko, and Petrus from Dark Souls 1, all of whom resented Rhea. In part, I think, because she was rich and she was a part of the guy with the bowl cut. They resented the fact that she was from a rich family and that, you know, she's very privileged and stuff like that. But also just that they had to escort her around. So, and she's also wearing the same set that Irena is, so I don't know if that means anything, but... So not so much a counterpoint as it is something to remember. Or to keep in mind. I help. That's terrible. I need JSF in here to do the voice impressions. I help anytime. I help anytime. I can't do it.
I help anytime. I help anytime. I help anytime.
You should make like a dubstep remix of that at some point. I help anytime. I help anytime. I help anytime. Morn's Hammer describes his twisted rage. Maybe I'm reading into this too much, but maybe that rage is his rage. By the way, no way that he could have made it up onto that other level. But maybe that rage is his rage towards being burdened with their woman. Hell, maybe that rage is about wanting to break free of femininity and embrace... I'm not sure if by masculinity of war you mean like a natural, that it's more natural for men to engage in war, or if you're speaking of like the cultural construct of masculinity, because I would disagree strongly with the former, but the latter is something that I could see as being plausible. Lautrec is the murderer you hate, and the Thorn Knight is the murderer you sympathize. Someone said they were leaving, sorry. Oh, Sia Waka 23, thanks for joining us, friend. I don't know. I suppose that's entirely plausible. Hollow Death Step. I reject more or less any appeal to natural differences between masculinity and femininity. I can't say those. I can't say femininity especially, because if you look at the history of how these things, you know, how the supposed natural differences between men and women were investigated, what you find is more often than not the results of the experiment were basically built into the experiment of the design. That they presuppose that men were certain things and that women were certain other things, and thereby basically tipping the scales in favor of having the experiment come out the other end the exact same way that they would have expected it to based on cultural things. But I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that maybe that's, you know, he feels like he shouldn't be serving at the behest of a woman. It's not implausible. These guys are so hard to parry. Ah, screw you. No, I don't think you're talking out of your ass. I think it's an interesting idea. Straight sword bestowed upon the Outrider Knights of the Boreal Valley. This weapon is enshrouded in frost and causes frostbite. Every Outrider Knight one day devolves into a beast, constantly hounded by Pontiff Sullivan's black eyes. Then what's with wearing his sister's face as a shield? If anything, if I follow your line of thought, with that in mind, it would imply that the burden of femininity is what keeps him safe. Interesting. Well, there seems that Anor Londo did have its own gender roles, like Gwendolyn being raised as a woman, because, yeah. Also those... I'm not denying there being gender roles in the context of Dark Souls, or in society more generally. What I'm saying is that we need to be careful about viewing those as natural inclinations as opposed to cultural constructs. Because to some degree they're both. But far more cultural. Hello, Paragon DS. So something I haven't yet mentioned in Let's Talk Lore, but that I intend to in the next episode, is Paragon DS released a video a few days ago, which suggested that, whereas Theomini suggested that Firelink is, you know, in another dimension or purgatory or something, you know, a Dreamlands-esque place. Paragon suggested that maybe the only real... correct me if I'm wrong, Paragon. Sorry, friend, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the... And you're not being put on the spot, we're just talking. That your suggestion was that everything in the world except for the killing of the First Flame is basically a Dreamlands-esque place. Which... it's an idea I like a lot, because it would explain the kiln. That's the only way I can think of explaining the kiln. If somehow the rest of the world, like the part of the world we're in now, if we were to use Bloodborne by way of a comparison, that this place wouldn't be the waking world. We're not in the waking world now, but that we are in, you know, that this place is sort of a Dreamlands-esque place, as is Firelink Shrine, but that's a different kind of Dreamlands place, or at least in a different dimension. And then the only real place we actually visit is the Kiln of the First Flame. So I like that idea a lot. I think it's very interesting. And my sincerest apologies, Paragon, if I'm excuse me, misquoting you or misattributing something. But I seem to recall that's what you said in that video. I thought it was very, very interesting.
Oh. Don't disappear like that. You had me downright worried. But thanks to you, an epiphany has struck me square in the head. I've unraveled the riddle of this inscrutable lift.
So Paragon says it was either that or Firelink with Andre, and that was the only real life. The rest would be venturing back into the past and vice versa. Interesting. Let's talk about Onion Bro now. My problem with Bloodborne is that even though Dark Souls is magic, something interpretation, you manage to get the basic picture. In Bloodborne, you don't get it. Well, if you watch all 45 hours of Bloodborne Let's Talk Lore, you might have a better idea. It took us a long time, but I think we figured out a lot of stuff in that series.
On some days, I begin to doubt myself. I went up the tower, so I thought, then somehow ended up here. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Anyhow.
I think Marshmallow, because to some degree, even though he pretends, like, you know, he puts on a tough face, like I was saying earlier, if he doesn't have Irina, he doesn't have anyone. He's alone, basically. So even though she's the one who is more outward and explicit about not wanting to be alone,
You should...
that could to some degree be, you know, the motivation behind his actions as well. So something else JSF and Theomini mentioned about this demon here is that we find him right by a pyre, whereas the only other demon we find that isn't near the smoldering lake doesn't have any flame inside of it. Like it shoots rocks, the stray demon. Whereas this one has some sort of fire. And the old Demon King, if you wait long enough, apparently his flame dries up too, which is not something I knew until watching that video. But then, yeah, somehow this demon seems to have drawn the flame from... I don't know. My theory was a stretch, though, I'll admit that. I think it holds some merit, though. I wouldn't have made it if I didn't think that, but there's far... Well, there's... But, you know, that's all they all are, right? It's theories. So, at 10%, okay, thank you, Shinobi. So I don't know how he would have drawn fire out of these pyres here, but...
That was quite a performance. But you mustn't get in over your head. We Unkindled must put our duties first. But, for the moment, we've a toast to make.
Call him Onion Bro or I ride. Okay, Onion Bro.
To your valor, my sword, and our victory together. Long may the sun shine.
Thank you kindly, friend. What I like about...
Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do.
What I like about Siegward in comparison to Siegmeyer is how he's very, very capable. He does things himself. And he also doesn't have a problem with help. Hey, Aegon, don't manage to catch you live due to the time differences, so just passing through to wish you well. Well, hello, Azora High Mark. Thank you, friend, for passing by to wish me well. I wish you well as well. And may Lightbringer be with you. I don't know what they would have said to Azora High, but... this is the starting set for... Oh no, that's the Peltongue. The other one is the starting set, which might actually be preferable to what we have now. The northern set. Okay. Although, I think in terms of fashion... in terms of fashion souls, that might actually be... that's probably better. And this one's a little bit heavier, but which is still under 70. He looks so upset. Hello, Aaron. How's it going, friend? The Father Ted of Let's Plays. What's the Father Ted of Let's Plays? I love Father Ted. That was one of my favorite shows growing up. Feck! Arse! Drink! My apologies to anyone who's in the UK and is surprised by my suddenly swearing. Looking pretty good. Aegon, have you been in touch with Redgrave lately? Just wondering how he's doing. Will he be on any Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk? I've not talked to Redgrave in quite some time. But if he's interested, because I know that he has a lot of problems with Dark Souls 3. The IGN UK prepare to try Dark Souls 3. Interesting. Well, I call shenanigans unless... I would watch a Let's Play by, was it Dougal Maguire? Father Dougal Maguire? Dougal's the best. Oh, I thought that one... Why does Aegon's character look like an anthropomorphized basilisk? Ask the similar face mechanic, because that's... Although, we did do some of the work ourselves, actually. We loaded one that I already had from previously, and then we mashed the similar face button for like 15 minutes. And then after that, we did the whole left, right thing with the sliders. Have I watched any Kurosawa films? No. Yeah, I can't really think. See, for Dark Souls 2, and maybe it's because the Trash Man, I usually, when I do play co-op, I usually play with the Trash Man if it's not on a stream. But the Trash Man, for one reason or another, doesn't seem as keen on playing Dark Souls 3 as he was with Dark Souls 2. And together we came up with a lot of really good ideas for trolling, but for the most part, the Dark Souls 3 videos I've done thus far, other than the Candlestick Clergy one, were all videos that more or less just kind of came together spontaneously, where it was like, whoa, that was really funny, I should make a video out of that. For Dark Souls 2, like, we planned a lot of stuff. So I don't know. But part of the problem as well is the fact that, again, someone asked earlier, like, what I would do differently about Dark Souls 3. I think that while the weapon upgrade level for matchmaking is very useful, I don't like, you know, the setup for 4-on-1s and things like that that come along with the online mechanics. Oh, I forgot about you, friend. So our character creation, I think we spent something like an hour creating the character last time. Was not aware that there were strat. Yeah, there are lots of strats for character creation. I could talk for hours about what I do differently. In fact, I'm currently rendering a video about that. That's why I started streaming, because my videos are so gosh darn long that yeah, 24 hours to render. I think the video I just rendered 21 hours, something like that. Just Paragon DS, Aaron. If you search for that, you will find it. He's got some great videos. See you later, Marshmallow. Thanks for joining us, friend. Well, you could do that in Dark Souls 1, but only to one particular vendor. So I guess that's like the major difference there. Oh, come on. In Dark Souls 2, you can only do it with Gavlan, but in Dark Souls 1, if you were, say, a Dark Wraith, you'd be SOL. Shite out of luck. Oh, why am I thinking that there's an item here? Platinum Trophy run was the last time we were there. Treasure head, try down. Oh, we gotta. I don't think we've written any messages, have we? No, we haven't. Cool. Yeah, you could do it in Dark Souls 1 and 2, but I do very much enjoy the fact that every single merchant, yeah, anyone you can buy things from, you can also sell things to, or maybe not every single one. I don't think you can do it with Yoel, but I could be wrong about that. Oh, that was close. Chloranthy ring. Only half here at the moment. Kittens are a pain. It's all good, Aaron. I don't know if Aaron, if you saw my Fallout 4 video on Fallout 4, Final Fantasy 7, and Brainhood, but I think my favorite, or at least my favorite video part of the video, as opposed to like the background video, as opposed to the things I was specifically saying, was when I was trying to capture video of my Sanctuary Hills, but realized that there's so much stuff going on there that the frame rate is, I think it runs at like 15 frames per second because of how enormous and how much stuff and how many animals I have in my Sanctuary Hills. But there's one part about 2/3 of the way through the video, I think, which has, it's a time lapse of my Sanctuary Hills, and you can just see, I think I have something like 80 cats or something. And yeah, so I thought that was pretty funny. You see in the time lapse just the cats just like going by one after another. So people equip the Chloranthy ring, but I read somewhere that the stamina boost is slim to none. Well, it's better than nothing. I had nothing else equipped prior to that. Hello, Dagon bro. I don't think they disregarded all the good stuff in Dark Souls 2, but But yeah. The camera. Alright. Well, they did bring the Fume Knight Ultra Sword. Yeah, see, that's something I still don't understand. You're currently all... See, I asked earlier, Aaron, whether there's anyone in the chat who has still yet to play Nuka World, so be cautious about spoilers, because there were a couple of people who said that they didn't want to hear anything. But so just ignore what Aaron just said. Oh, I hate this place. No, it's not your fault. It wasn't really a spoiler anyway, but... Whoa! Friend! He's never done that to me before. Oh my gosh, I know you're hurting, but... Oh, I missed. Still waiting for mods, and I will not. I refuse to buy Skyrim Remaster until they bring mods for Fallout 4, because if they have so much trouble with mods in Fallout 4, I don't see how they'd be able to bring them for Skyrim. Zeno Sanchez, thank you for the follow, friend, and welcome to the Rent Email. Much appreciated. Oh, I got an essence there. That's very kind of Curse Rod Great. Horribly. Okay, I'm gonna focus on us instead of Thon. Come here. I'm not a fan of this boss. I think it's interesting lore-wise, especially with all the pods of hollows falling from it, but mechanically it is. No. Very glad you don't take falling damage there though. Come on. Yeah, what annoys me is that were it not for Bloodborne, if Bloodborne had been multi-platform, I would have gone with an Xbox One. Because PS4 is the first Sony console I've ever owned, and that was solely because of Bloodborne. So, if it weren't for Bloodborne being console exclusive, I would have gone to Bloodborne. But it's probably for the better, at least for the time being, just based on how unstable the game is to begin with. The boss falls for Loom Skulls? Really? Okay. If so, that... Whoa. Friend? You okay? I don't know if I've ever seen that either. Either that or I'm just not observant at all, which... I'm not recording. Not to be observant. I have to be paying attention. Oh yeah, wow! Thank you to whoever pointed that out. I only saw aluminum skulls in the corner of the screen as opposed to seeing the name, so to whoever pointed that out, thank you kindly. And that more or less solidifies, I think, what JSF and Cassidy were saying about this thing seeming to have grown out of hollows. In the sense that it's almost like a hive mind, but and if its constituent parts are those of hollows, it makes perfect sense that it would be susceptible to living skulls. Cool. So the last 2 bosses we've killed on the first try, which is nice. Arcross, thank you for pointing out the Living Skull thing. That's not something I knew. Lumberjack out of Astora. Rip Hodrick, even though... See, I don't get this, because... he's dead, but he's not, right? Like... I don't think... How do you look at that and say that it's a man or a woman? His hand reminds me of Lothric's Pilgrim. JSF and Theomany pointed out that the arms look a lot like the arms that reach out of the books in the Grand Archives. Similar color, similar look. I guess we'd have to get a closer look at them to see whether or not they have the same claws coming out of it, but... So, he's dead in our world, but I guess not dead in that of Cirrus? Let's not make jokes about menstruation, please. Thank you. I would very much appreciate that. Time is convoluted. Yeah, the time is, and this is something I've been giving spoilers for the episode of Let's Talk Lore that's going to be released tomorrow, but pretty much the whole stream. But one more is that, yeah, someone wrote a comment with something to that effect about time being convoluted, and my response to that was that it seems almost as though it's become sort of the formless Great One Odin thing, well, of Dark Souls, in the sense that everyone, you know, when you can't explain something, you look at it and you say, oh, well, it must be Odin because he's formless. And yeah, the time is convoluted thing seems to be used in a similar way, and that annoys me. That doesn't annoy me, but it's something you need to be cautious about. The eggs could be seen as feminine, but the hand reaching out can be seen as phallic, with the eggs being testicles instead. Or we could just look at it as a hive mind of various, you know, a collective of people. Because, you know, I don't see why it needs to have a specific gender, right? I don't know that hive minds can have genders, but that's just me.
All that unkindled, and a seeker of lords.
That was my question, Slice Hazard.
I am Ludleth of Corland. Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming the Lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred corpse.
Well, to some degree, time is convoluted, because space is being pulled... Space is being pulled, you know, everything is being pulled towards the first flame, and so space is distorted, and therefore it follows, because of the time-space continuum, that time is also distorted. But that doesn't mean that it's a Deus Ex Machina that you can just insert into anything to solve a problem. Is that a word? A frequent side effect of curses seems to be hermaphrodite. Sure.
belike it is a transposing kiln in thy possession.
I love this hat.
Better days, but methinks
Cathedral and
it shall
Undead graves have the
suffice.
grave wardens. The undead settlement shove them
Now,
in a hole.
Bring to me a twisted
Or cremate
soul.
them.
Transposition is the art of extracting and
Okay.
coalescing the essence of a soul. In
Tell Callum to
transposing
behave.
the twisted soul, its
That's
true
adorable.
power transferreth to thee. Thy purpose is to seek lords and slay them. What's to fear in a little
Well, I do like the multiverse thing. But I think it works less in Dark Souls 3 than it does in Dark Souls 1 or 2. So, I don't know. Okay, let's see. See, what's more is the whole idea of the tree having a gender is kind of nonsensical when you consider the fact that the soul will give you either the Hollow Slayer Greatsword, which belongs presumably to Lucatiel, and Astor's Spear, which is said to have been a weapon favored by someone named Earl Astor of Astor the Impaler of Kareem. So, I don't know. Are there any things in the Dark Souls universe that don't have souls but are still alive? Dragons don't have souls. So, obviously we can't use any of these. Can we use that? No. Too much dex, too much dex. Vort's Great Hammer, not enough strength to use that either. I wonder if we could use that, because isn't there a ring that we could use to increase our strength? I think we need to defeat, what's his face? My dream is for Kojima, Miyazaki, Yoko Taro, and Suda51 to work on a game. That would be pretty awesome. The Knight's Ring, yes, thank you. Thank you, Arcross. Thank you. Kindly.
Did what?
Okay. Did we get another S shard? No. Oh, we still don't have enough Titanite. We need one more. Oh, that hurts. We could upgrade our crossbow, but I think we're gonna leave it. Because, well, it kind of makes sense, Hollow Death Step, when you consider the fact that later when you kill Havel in Archdragon Peak, you go back there, that's where Soul is. So, somehow, some way, Havel was there, or he goes there and goes hollow and dies. I don't really know. The Prisoner's Chain, yeah, and you get the Prisoner's Chain from Soul of Champion Gunder, which, again, reinforcing the whole idea that we're trapped here. But yeah, so we've been going for 4.5 hours. We're gonna take another break. I'm gonna see if I can get the Trash Man to come on, and if he does, then we'll do a little bit of co-op, which you are all welcome to join for. But yeah, we're gonna take a break for starters, because I'm like falling asleep here. I need to get up and stretch. So I will put on some tunes for y'all, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Sorry about that, everyone. My back is killing me, so I had to put on some Rub E535. Alright. So, I did check it out, Paragon. And I agree. That's one of the things that... And I had a similar revelation with Fallout 4 when I was working on time lapses for the video I was making, even though I was critiquing Fallout 4. But that perhaps the game itself isn't beautiful, but the world certainly is. And I don't know if that applies to Dark Souls 3 or not, but yeah, I thought it was an awesome video, and I think I'm going to assume, Paragon, that you are on the PC, because I'm quite impressed with, because when I'm, and I don't know, maybe this is how you do it too, when I'm trying to get long pan shots, I have to like just slightly pull the analog stick, and then there have been times where like I've rendered something and then I'm watching it over again, and you see there's a moment where the camera's slowly panning and then it's just a little jerk because, you know, you move your hand on the analog stick or something like that. That's such a niche struggle, I think, trying to capture footage for Souls videos. Okay, where are we going? I think we've gotten everything at the Undead settlement. I might just go back there off camera. Oh, we didn't spend any of our souls. We didn't spend any of our souls. That's how you know I'm tired. Just go on autopilot. And I know the pain, yeah. The one thing I like about that, though, is... So like I said, so the time-lapse thing that I started doing. So, I did several of them for that video I did featuring Fallout 4. And I've started to do the same for Dark Souls 3, but it arose out of necessity because the frame rate was so bad at Sanctuary Hills that I had no other choice. And similarly with the, you know, cinematic lore videos I've done, being restricted in this way to, you know, just having the controller and having to come up with creative ways to get around that, I think that has its benefits as well. But yeah, we need to see. I almost once again instinctually went to the Firekeeper to start leveling up, but cannot do that. Okay, so we're gonna buy her embers because why not? Alluring skulls always come in handy. Okay, so the Trash Man will be joining us at 8:30, so 40 minutes from now, 8:30 Eastern Time. Okay, hold on. Alright, Trash Man, we will see you in 40 minutes then. Okay. Sorry about that. We don't need those. We do need these. At least one of them. Bolts. Might as well grab all of those. Don't need those. Is anyone else amazed by the extent to which we went from repair powders being such an essential thing to have in Dark Souls 2 to being, you know, more or less not necessary in this game? I prefer it to be not necessary as opposed to being so necessary, but I just think it's funny. Hollow Death Step, can we not use too much profanity in the chat, please? It's okay every now and then, but, you know, don't need to swear. I'm not completely against it, but...
Ashen?
My PC is incapable of... is almost incapable of rendering videos, let alone being able to play games on it. So no, unfortunately not. I don't know who, how many people in the chat right now. Hobo Joe 57, thank you for the follow, friend, and welcome to the Rat King Covenant. I don't know how many people in the chat right now are subscribed to Otsdarva on YouTube, but he recently released a video called the Lothric Olympics, which this highlights, I think, from his previous week's live stream. He live streams on Saturdays, and seeing videos like that where the summit, well, Otsdarva is hilarious to begin with, and you know, all of his viewers are really great and stuff, so they do a lot of funny things on that stream. But they did the Lothric Olympics, and seeing one of the people who was participating had presumably cheat engine and a giant head, and it's just, anytime that build was on screen, I was just laughing my ass off. Oh yeah, that's right, Paragon. Yeah, yep. Thankfully, by the time I got it for the PS4, 60 FPS, they had fixed the bug. So that's nice. Yeah, I remember that because it was tied to the frame rate in the same way that the frame rate in Dark Souls 1 is tied to collision, because I believe there are a couple spots in Blighttown where you could just fall through the geography and yeah, die. And going down ladders was a problem too. Sorry, I didn't realize I was holding the drink in front of my face there. Okay, I need to focus. You are upset.
Heavens, she was already dead. Heavens, she was already dead.
I'm sorry, friend. Oh, if only, he's thinking right now probably, if only I didn't get captured. I could have gotten back to Loretta on time. Maybe give her a blue tier stone ring. And then maybe go out and try to find... Because he wouldn't have Estus, because he's presumably from the world. He's not an Ashen One like us. So you would, I guess, be looking for a divine blessing then, in that case. Giant hit is a it's hilarious though. At least I found that entire video of the Lothric Olympics is so funny. Okay, no, I can't level up. Let's go to the Road of Sacrifices. Greirat, the good version of patches. Greirat, the person who can actually make patches in one specific circumstance, be nice to someone else and save someone else, and I think that is an incredible achievement. Hello, brother. Where have you been all this time? Hello, Heine of Astora. I've been here for the last year and a half, friend. We're not co-oping for another half hour. But when we do co-op, it will just be Rant King, one word, RENTKING, all lowercase. And we are on the PS4. We will be co-oping, but just not until the trash man joins us. No, well, maybe. But I like to think that Patches is at least capable of being a human being to some degree. But maybe that's just being naive. Yeah, sorry, Arcros. We are on the PS4. So, Diomeni, if you're here still, this is the one you guys were talking about that is somewhat passive, you and JSF, right? God, that is horrifying. Welcome back. Oh, Big Daddy, what did you tell me to call you? It's gonna take me a few reminders before I remember. You said we should call you something else. And I'm sorry, I've already forgotten what it is. Watch out for those Priscilla fanboys. Adam. Thank you, Adam. Sorry. You might need to remind me next stream, but third time's a charm in terms of remembering things. But he'll back himself into a corner like a frightened animal, yeah. And these ones, I guess because they have the sights, they're a bit more willing to engage right off the bat. Oh, and there's the storyteller. Oh, crow. Oh. I said oh, crow, and I guess that's the first time that's been appropriate tonight. Oh, crow. Oh, no. Something else we have to talk about in Let's Talk Lore, and I've just realized that it's not something I actually looked at for Bloodborne Let's Talk Lore, even though I really ought to have. Oh, I almost said oh, crow again. And that is Uncanny Valley. In that, you know, there's the closer something looks to a human. I think I did talk about it in the blind playthrough, actually, but I didn't show the graph, so I'll properly introduce it for Let's Talk Lore. Yeah, it'll probably be introduce it here, and then also talk about it in Irithil Dungeon as well, because for those of you who have seen my blind playthrough of Dark Souls 3, and you remember my visit to Irithil Dungeon, the wretch enemies, I had like goose flesh, like I had goosebumps, and it was just so wow. The last time a game had done that to me, or anything even close to that, was probably Resident Evil on the PS1, and I would have been like 11 when that came out. They are huge. Well, the one you see in the boss fight comes pretty close. The baby faces, yeah, is the they're called Wretch. The Wretches. Yeah, you can speculate. I've not seen the trailer, so I have heard people say that they think it's going to be in the Painted World, which I would be very much in favor of. But yeah, I've not even watched the trailer, which is funny, but I just want to see how long I can hold out, I guess. Because whenever I have even thought about speculating about things, I'm wrong. So I'm just like, you know, like, and I don't mean to say that you need to be right about these things, but just that, you know, I think my energy is better spent elsewhere. I'll just put it at that. Or more productively spent elsewhere. Because I'm not good at predicting things. Apart from the fact that they control the armor, there's, I think, lots of lore on the Pilgrim Butterflies, but I'm not all that familiar with it. I don't know. This is... Oh, that's embarrassing. Gosh darn it. What was I even saying? Oh, man. That hurts more than most, as they say. Oh, man. About fan service. If there's one spot in Dark Souls 3, I think, where you could look at the fan service as maybe not a great thing, and maybe this is a comment born out of ignorance, because I've not really even thought about what is essentially Mildred here, but this is, I don't know. And I say that just because, you know, it's possible that there could be some compelling reason for this person so closely approximating Maneater or Mildred being here. Gosh, you and your infinite stamina. Uh-oh. That ain't good. Oh. Mildred, stop it. Be nice. we're alive! We're alive! Okay, let's bring her up here. I think this is better up here. Mildred! What's she doing, friend? Oh, was she buffing again? She was buffing again. She's really scary, especially that slow walk she does. Mildred, I'm sorry, friend. Please don't kill me. Thank you. Let's see if I can do 6-axis gestures. That's all. There we go. That's actually the one I was trying to do, but you have to waggle your control for like an hour in order to get it to work. Ay. Okay. Panic roll. That was very much a panic roll. Okay. Butcher's knife with an oddly large blade wielded by the madwoman haunting the road of sacrifices. Squarely landed hits restore HP, so like the server from Dark Souls 1. Back in the Undead settlement, the woman acquired a taste for human flesh, of which she took glee in partaking. No, we can't wield that, unfortunately. Well, it's interesting. So if you look at this is the way it's supposed to work, but it's on the PS4 only. That actually the one I was trying to do was what is presently assigned to the wave. So it looks like that. So let's see if we can replicate or point up is like that way. So let's see if we can do point up. Okay, what was that assigned to? So that was assigned to this. See, that's why I don't ever do it, because someone is blasting music in my building, so I hope that you can't hear that, but if you can, I apologize. Yeah, it's cool if you know how to do it, but I've never ever been able to do it. And the only time it ever actually works, I do a gesture that I didn't want to do to begin with, so. But maybe that's just me. So, I initially suggested that this dog might be pregnant, but oh, hold on. That is actually outside. Every year, I remember that Frost Week is a thing. And I just go, what the... Oh, man. But yeah. Yeah, that it's a... Because it's just finished eating someone. Or something. Yeah. Or that, yeah, it could be a tumor, it could be pregnancy, it could be a distended stomach from having just consumed someone. So yeah, so there appears to be a concert happening, like 6 floors below me, so you might hear some of it, so I apologize for that. A sacred braille tome from Kareem, filled with advanced miracles. Give to a storyteller to learn advanced Kareem miracles. In the Way of White, there is a tradition of placing great faith in the words of the blind, and braille tomes are not unusual. Give to a storyteller to learn advanced Kareem miracles. So this would appear to be... Hello, the Memetin, by the way. Thank you again, friend, for hooking me up with those souls for my Let's Talk lore build. The souls, the embers, and the homeward bones. It's very kind of you. But I'm just trying to think of the reason why this is here. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that we were in the Undead settlement, and so this appears to be another version of Irena and Egon, as in like another pair. I guess you could conceive of several scenarios in which that could be them, but yeah. And so Morn's ring. A Malforn ring given to Knights of Kareem. Boost miracles. Morn served the goddess Keitha and later became an apostle of the Archbishop. They labored together to provide comfort to the suffering. So we'll definitely, at least for the gods in particular, definitely have to look at a lot of Dark Souls 2 item descriptions. Because I don't remember a whole lot about the gods from Dark Souls 2. But, interesting. Okay. Do you think the undead dogs also try to not go hollow by making themselves busy, so they hunt and devour constantly? I don't know, maybe. I think they might just be rabid dogs, though. So this Corvian here, red eyes, which a sign of the Abyss's influence. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if dogs have really the capacity to make a decision like that. But they're trying to avoid hollowing. But they do look hollow, though. That's the thing. I don't remember. Keitha was the goddess of... I don't remember. And you think I would, given the amount of co-op me and the trash man did in Dark Souls 2, and we would always have to switch gods because there were some people, I never understood why people did this, where they'd be wearing the name engraved ring and then they would summon people whose signs they found, but just assuming that that person would be okay with it, I don't really understand that. But I guess it's similar to in Dark Souls 3, where as like a level 10, I was dropping my sign at the High Wall of Lothric, and people kept summoning me for the dancer. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm wearing all this starting gear. So why? I don't know. I don't get that. Goddess of Fortune. Thank you. Fortune. Sorry. Okay. There's my friend. So, I actually didn't finish this thought earlier when we were talking about Irena. So he not only doesn't seem to have a tongue, but he seems to be at least partially blind himself. Because why else would Anry lay prism stones for him? Wow. So just out of curiosity more than anything else, can anyone in the chat hear the concert that's taking place outside? Because it's pretty loud. Co-op seems to make the dancer harder, and not only that, but just I had like I think a +1 Astora straight sword, so I'm just like, why are you summoning me?
Oh, hello. How do you do?
Oh, that's so sad.
I am Anry of Astora, unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder?
I am indeed.
We are well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the
I got your back, don't you worry. May the flames guide your way too, friend.
Don't think he'll live without his...
Thank you kindly. Why would he know where to go otherwise? They're sparkly breadcrumbs. But she said as usual, as though it's something that often happens to her and him, right? She says as usual or something like that. I will lay down prism stones. That's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. I don't know why. I think there were various different ways in which whatever the institution of linking the fire is, I think there are various ways in which they have created several contingency plans. So that could be one such contingency plan. Yeah, I want to see this fighting Volner on the cliffside thing. Because I've heard about it, but I've actually not even seen it. So, because again, before Dark Souls 3, I barely watched anything. I unsubscribed from like basically everyone on YouTube. Oh, why am I even picking that up? I guess that could be useful. Oh no. Oh, Hazel, now's not the time, friend. We're crab people now. Crab people. Oh, crud. Couldn't it just be that he or she gets lost a lot? Well, I guess either way, like, regardless of what is presently ailing, or that has long been ailing Horace, yeah, he needs a lot of help. Which, I'm reasonably certain because it's a medium shield that has fewer parry frames than... So it is still a parry shield, but I like the small parry shields better. Or the small shields, rather. But yeah, no, it's just strange, because that it wasn't just that one specific instance, because they were lost in, you know, what is effectively a maze. But that she, you know, apparently it's a usual thing. Oh, there's Hazel. No, no. Using your fancy magic on me. Oh, we don't have any seeds. We should have checked to see if we had any seeds. Okay, let's get the Bash Brothers over here. Oh no. Rip and rip. And one more. Rip. So we were in a really bad situation there, and that worked out quite well. That was great. Oh man, rip. Okay. Ladder slaughter of Astora. Okay, we're gonna sit here real quick, and then we are going to equip a dagger. Do we have a dagger? Do we not have a dagger? We do not. Okay. We gotta go to Firelink. Triple kill. I've never actually gotten all three of them, so that was a first, definitely. There's something else I want to draw people's attention to, because I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, I think it would always be cool to have NPCs in both contexts. Hi, friend. We'll talk to you later. What are you buying? A dagger? She doesn't have the dagger, does she? Oh, she does, but Greirat's got a better one. Although we might actually not be able to wield it.
Everyone's dead, or I might as well.
Oh, wait, hold on. Which is it, Hazel? The chime weapon skill outheals the point. Oh, interesting. Even if you don't have the requirements for it. I was really surprised that Farron is actually just the name of the force where the Abyss Watchers reside. And not the name of their first leader or something. Well,
there you are.
Maybe we'll meet someone in the DLC who will demonstrate otherwise. Never know.
You know I'm a petty thief. Well, perhaps I'll go on the prowl. Everyone's dead or hollowed away anyway, right? So I might as well fetch some weapons or treasure for you. Well,
I thought so. Thank you for confirming that, Arcross. Thank you.
Thank you. Grave until I end.
Good job, friend. We need to buy... Okay, presumably we can use the weapon, but we might as well just buy the plain dagger just in case. So light crossbow, we already have that. What else can we buy from you? We're gonna need those very, very soon, so... Alright.
Goodbye.
Greirat is the Glenn of Dark Souls 3. Welcome back, Azurend. I don't know who Glenn is, though. Okay. Wait, where's our dagger? Am I, like, hallucinating? I thought we just bought a dagger. I don't know what I did. The difficulty of 1 to 10 cosplaying Yorshka. I think that would be closer to a 10, I would imagine, no? Oh, we didn't buy it because we want to... I'm so silly. We need to buy it from her. We beat the Curse-Rotted Greatwood, and I think you were here when we beat Vort. So, 2 bosses down, we're about to go to the Cathedral. So I am...
Ashen 1.
I sound like I know my stuff. Who, me? Glenn from The Walking Dead. Yeah, that's right. I stopped watching that show like 2 seasons ago. And I heard that it's just been more of the same. Although the comics, yeah, I imagine that the comics would it would have to be better than the show. It's just too doom and gloom. And I don't know. 2 monstrosities down. We're gonna grab a... I guess we should go fight... Go to the Old Wolf of Farron and fight the Stray Demon. As well as getting the Estus Shard and the Sublime Bone Dust, Undead Bone Shard. The last episode of the recent season was really good, but the others are so boring and samey. Yeah, like... I get the message of the series. I think it's interesting, the whole, like... It's not actually about the zombies, it's about humanity. The zombies are just the occasion for the subject, which is humanity and its darkness and things like that, but I think it's just too cynical. I don't know. Wada Wada? What is that? It's always tempting to just try and speedrun this place and do the flames when you're just coming here to get the loot. At least for me it is. And I usually die when doing it, but I guess, yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah, and I was really intrigued by, I think it was at the end of the first season or the second season, where they went to, it was like the Center for Disease Control or something like that, and you know, they started like exploring what the biological explanation for something like that could be, and then they just completely dropped it after that. It was just complete red herring, or just, oh, that's all we'll ever know because everything's gone to shit. What are the crosses around here for? As JSF and Thumany explained in their Discussing Dark Souls 3 series on this area, the crosses appear to be the same as those of the lycanthropes, the werewolf-esque enemies who are up in the swamp, the upper swamp, I guess. The upper pond, whatever that is. And it appears as though the enemies down here are the end result of that. So the transformed enemies on those crosses appear to be what those lycanthropes transform into. and that they were perhaps cleansed by the evangelists and the imperial religious force of Sullivan and company, I guess. But I don't know. That's just a speculation building on what Theomany and JSF said in that video. Find out what it kind of is in Season 3, but I won't say anything more than that. Well, I know that that it basically, you know, you don't need to be bit, you can die and get it. And like, I thought that was interesting, but I don't know. The weirdo creatures in the swamp. The Grue. Yeah, well, there's the small ones are the Grue, and then the large ones are the Elder Grues. I don't really have an answer for that. I do love the fact that the evangelists took pity on the people they burned with the whole red pellet thingy. Medicinal pellet made from crushed insects. The red type temporarily boosts fire damage absorption. Prepared in the Cathedral of the Deep by evangelists who dole them out to followers to ease their suffering when they burn. Yeah, it's interesting that there, you know, there's good intentions behind that, I guess, but that's, you know, oh, the jumping grooves freak me out. They are so gosh darn frightening. Legion etiquette. I would imagine if I don't know, and this is complete speculation, but based on sort of how religion is portrayed in his games, I would say that he, and perhaps FromSoft more generally, is predominantly agnostic atheist. So that is to say, they don't believe or disbelieve in the existence of God, just based on how it's portrayed. But I don't know. It's likely something cultural that I just don't understand, because, you know, of course I'm not Japanese. But I'm sure someone in chat has an answer for that. Okay, this should be interesting. We should perhaps use the... Although I guess he doesn't really even use fire attacks. He's so far away from a flame, this guy. Oh, we need to upgrade. Our battle axe is still at +2. And we just got enough. Okay, we'll come back here. I don't know if I would say that he's anti-theist, because I still think there is some subtlety there. In the comics, everybody that dies, regardless of a bite or not, becomes a zombie because they had their brains removed or destroyed, which is why this series is called The Walking Dead. Abort. We weren't doing enough damage. Abort. Abort. Okay.
What?
We need to reinforce that. Thank you. And reinforce that. So we will now be doing 258, so starting to get lesser gains, I think. Plus you read a bunch of Western novels. Yeah, that's true. Lots of medieval stuff. Oh, that is so loud. I'm really surprised no one's mentioned it yet, because I can't imagine that isn't coming through on the mic. Okay, so we upgraded that, and I think that's good. We're good. Did the Grue migrate from the swamps into Izalith, or did they get dropped there by Karthus to get rid of the demons? I've been doing it solo up to this point, but we will be, perhaps at some point, the Trashman said he would be joining us at 8:30, so hello Melodic Discord, long time no see friend. So we are going to switch over to co-op, I think, and we will try to summon people for that. Oh, the raw Astora sword, yeah, that'd be good, but... An arbitrary instance, it's quite common for a Japanese person to have a Catholic wedding and a Buddhist funeral, all whilst regularly celebrating Shinto festivals. And it's not confirmed or not, but the zombies in the Walking Dead comics may at some point just decay into total death eventually, because in one issue Rick and Glenn do come across a zombie that is so weak it cannot move off the ground. So it's a hypothesis that they do get to expire like a normal animal. Interesting. Just a reminder to everyone that we are on the PS4, so you will need to be on the PS4 if you want to play along. Do we have anything that can help us here? I don't think we do, really, other than the red bug pellets, but... I cry every time. Hi, friend. That was a really nice little floating move you just did there. Remember me from Dark Souls? Oh, shite. Okay, I wasn't talking trash. I promise I wasn't talking trash. Okay, we're good, we're good. Remember me from Dark Souls 1, friend? Killed you many times in your many iterations. Oh no. Oh, it's bad. Blue Tearstone saved us there. He's gonna spit rocks, isn't he? It's going so well until I started talking trash. Oh no, I'm dead. I really pissed them off, didn't I? I was already dead and he freaking throws me off the side. Wow. Yeah, I was definitely mashing there, but oh man. We're gonna switch builds before we the SL1 I wanna keep that solo, but when we switch builds you'll know. And oh man. Does anyone have a theory about the Gru being an Izalith? Does Chaos have a relation to Dark somehow? That I don't know. Izalith, you could look at the Gru as perhaps, I think this is again something JSF and Theomany suggested, that you could look at the Gru as the dead members of, like, their placement in Izalith is really hard to explain, but it's possible that they were placed in the catacombs of Karthus after having been cleansed because of the Abyss, the influence of the Abyss, having been cleansed by the Abyss Watchers, and perhaps that they fell there in a similar way that we do by just, you know, broken bridge or something, and then they become embered because of how close they are to the Chaos. I don't know. Because the whole area is embered. That's the interesting thing about it. Yeah, I'm not going to talk smack this time. Forgot about this. Oh! Somewhat for hyper armor. Yes, thank you, friend. Oh! I didn't know you had that much lateral movement, friend. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to underestimate you. Oh, no, not again. Okay, I'm really mashing this time. Oh, he survived. The last time we had already taken a hit or two. I gotta be much better about conserving my stamina. That's for sure. we go. Excuse me. Oh, could we use the great axe, I wonder? Which might be preferable to... No, no way, never. Fudge! Heine of Astora, thank you for the follow, friend. And welcome to the Ranting Covenant. Ah, of all the places for them to have a party, they have to have it right outside my building. That's so redonkulous, but whatever. That's Frosh Week, I guess. Let's go get some more Titanite shards. Thinking the whole place being embered has a relation to the last remains of the old chaos dispersing over time. Yeah, I don't really know what to think about the place of chaos in this game. Hat time is where you are. I don't know what that means. Let's also not make jokes about Black Lives Matter either, please. Thank you. Dragon Crest Shield. So... Oh no! Come back! Fudge. I just finished the SL21. It wasn't terribly easy. Can only imagine SL1. It's actually going pretty well so far. We've died a few times. More than a few times, in fact. But the boss fight so far, we've been doing pretty well, I think. Chaos is there mostly to wrap up loose ends, to show that it's gone. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's actually a really good way of putting it, I think. I'm trying to even remember, because I pretty much binge watched all those videos, and did it basically while in bed, so I kind of fell asleep through half of it, and then watched it the next day before recording the third episode of Let's Talk Lore. It is 8:30 in the evening. No, he woke up. Why'd you wake them up? They were sleeping. Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah, Eastern time. You'll get to me eventually, guys. Don't worry. Oh, you... It's like the 50th time I've burped on stream. I always do terribly, not always, but I often do terribly on the Pontiff because I try too hard to parry him. I could kill him so much more easily if I just fought him straight up, but I'm always too tempted to try and parry. I usually get it, but I have to heal 4 or 5 times before that actually happens. Alright. So let's go fight, I think we're gonna go fight the Crystal Sage. Might as well walk back down there. Or, no, let's, because I think we can upgrade our weapon. And then we'll go fight the Crystal Sage. I was afraid to parry half of his attacks. Yeah, that's the thing. Pontiff is pretty aggressive. I still haven't really learned to... And the problem is the partial parries in this game are really punishing. Really, really punishing. And so if you miss a parry, like on one of his attacks, it's pretty much all your stamina gone, and then you can't dodge. So you gotta be really careful with that. Yes. Beautiful.
Pretty.
Which is funny how, yeah, it's really inconsistent about with respect to which attacks you can parry and which you can't. Because you can't parry the jumping attacks of players, but you can with many of the enemies and bosses, so it's weird. Alright, we need to go to... Oh, there was another shard that we could have gotten, but we didn't. We'll go get that now. Fist parries, you mean with the cestus? I've never tried the cestus for... Well, I tried it and I just couldn't get used to the timing, so... I much prefer just the small shields. Although I've not used the buckler. Let's see, we might have a better... Boost miracles, wow. We have some terrible rings, okay. Let's just go get the next bonfire. Sorry that I'm considerably less talkative at this point in the stream, but it has been almost 6 hours, so I'm pretty pooped. But I'm going to try to keep it going a little bit while longer, because, yeah, I got a full slate of meetings this week coming up. I don't know if I'm actually teaching this week. I guess I'll find out tomorrow. And with Let's Talk Lore taking up most of my time, streams might be more rare than they ought to be. So I wanted to make this a long stream to make up for that. So that's the Lywellian shield from Dark Souls 2, right? I can't remember what it's called in this game though. You fought him with your... What, is he weak against miracles, Yorm? Boss AGB. Thank you for the follow, friend. And welcome to the Rant Covenant. Much appreciated. See, the dudes on the crosses in Lower Farron Keep, the lower swamp, appear to be a later phase of whatever transformation the lycanthrope is going through. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, that's bad. Stupid dog! No, get out of here, crabs! You're taking my lock-on focus. Oh. Oh no! No! Friend, stop. Oh, I thought you were supposed to be Matt's best friend. Well, I have no idea how to spell it or pronounce it. That always confuses me, so don't feel bad about that. Just Patch's shield. Oh, come on. I've never been to Vegas. Okay, let's... We're gonna try that again. Yeah, maybe I'll try that one day with Yorm, but... Didn't it take like a really long time? Because I feel like that would take a really long time. Oh, and this guy's gonna try a plunging attack on me. We're gonna get trapped. Beautiful. Okay. And we didn't even wake up the other guy. You can parry. Oh yeah. I think I actually did that once. I can't remember if there's anything worthwhile up here or not. But we're just gonna run through. Oh no. Oh, okay. Your magic sucks, friend. Crystal Sages didn't do a very good job teaching you. Oh, I did want to show everyone something in the swamp, but I think I'll save that for later. Oh, come on. That hurts. You're not supposed to be good at doing melee damage. Not a good start. Not bad, not bad. That's crazy. 27,800 HP, yeah. I'm happy to hear that, Aaron. Beasties is a good way to describe them. My cats are going to be freaking out soon, and by my cats I mean the cats that live with my parents but that I grew up with. Rocky and Laney are going to be very upset about the fact that they're having my parents are getting a new place together with my grandma, and so they're gonna have to move for the third time in like 4 years or something. They're gonna be so pissed about that. We are the Crystal Sages. We always ruin the day, and if you think we can't, we'll always find one. Well done, Zento. Okay, well, let me see. I don't know where the trash man is. Well, I think he said he was making dinner, so let's try that again. Red Tearstone Ring and Morian Blade. It took a bit under 2 minutes. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. So that's a challenge I'll set for myself, because it would feel good, I think, to do it without the Storm Ruler. Spit and Piss, they're energetic. I didn't mean to have kittens, but I took in a queen, Hazel, and when we took Hazel in for spray, they said she was sprayed. Too late. Well, it'd be very hard too, I think. I would love to get a cat, but I wouldn't want a cat to have to live in this building, because every month they test the fire alarm, and it's one of the really old mechanical ones that is just so not only deafening, but just it like you feel your head shaking almost. At least I do. I wouldn't want to put a cat through that, because sometimes they test them where they have to go to every single apartment to make sure it works. They do that once a year, and it's just so incredibly excessive. But all for like legal liability reasons. And they were planning an upgrade of the fire alarm system so that it would be, you know, something from like after 1940 or whatever. And then they cancel it. I'm like, okay. I can't wait to leave this place. That'll be nice. Oh, I should probably grab my souls, I guess, eh? 5,000. No! Stop being good with melee, friend. It's supposed to be bad. Oh, I'm pretty sure I could parry that too. This would actually be very useful fights to have the Brass Crest shield equipped. Oh. I'm surprised that this is the first boss we're struggling with. Ouch. Massacre. Wow. hurts. Dexter, Alice, Callan, Simon, Hugo, and Cassidy. There's some awesome names. Very awesome names. Oh, touche, Malak Discord. That's actually a really good idea. Alright, we're going to try that one more time. And we're going to equip throwing knives, of which we are very well stocked. And our Grass Crest Shield, which we can wield no problem. The real test with this boss is just balancing aggression with it. And it's thank you, Theomany. And especially actually remaining mindful of the fact that this is an SL1 build and that I have virtually no stamina. Oh, alright. Whatever, let's go. Why am I even going that way? Hugo, pronounced Italian. Oh, Italian version of Hugo. Okay. Interesting. I have or at least I had, what would he be? Great uncle named Hugo? German. So I can't remember how my grandmother pronounces it. If you don't look at them, they don't have a vertical plane, so let's... It's like Slender Man, you don't want to look at the enemies. Hugo. I don't know. Sometimes I hate being monolingual and terrible at saying names. Oh no. Okay, that wasn't bad. You can summon Hodrick for this fight? Because I did not know that, if that's true. Thank you to Melodic Discord again for the throwing knife tip, because that's actually very helpful. Why did I hit that guy like 4 times? No! Oh, man. I hit the Phantom guy like 4 times. Does the Dragon Crest Shield have high magic block? Is that what that is? Ay. Oh, he's a mad summon. Where do you summon him? That's interesting. That's very interesting. I heard you the first time. You don't need to say it twice. I would also have to wield it in 2 hands to use it, so I don't know why you needed to write that 3 times. Alright. Okay, interesting. Let's see. That is very good to know, because I did not know that. No, not that way. It is a... But I should have killed him. Left of the hole in the wall to enter the fortress? You mean in there? Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, it's not worth it. Not worth going back there. I'll just do it myself. But yeah, it's a pain, but I really should have I really shouldn't have died that last time. That was my fault. Alright. Okay. No. Ay. Egon Summon is somewhere in the room with all the hollows. We'll check it out later. I banned him because he's being annoying. No need to ask where babies come from in all caps in this chat. I don't know what purpose that would serve. Alright, I'm very tired. So I just need to okay, we're gonna take a break. How about that? This is indeed my first SL1 run, which is why I'm getting my rear kicked so badly. Ay. So yeah, I'm gonna take another 5-10 minute break. I'm gonna grant myself some eye drops first and foremost. That's why I was rubbing my eyes just now. It sounds also like the concert has quieted down, even though it's only 8:51. I'm going to assume that that was probably just a dress rehearsal, and they're about to get real loud soon. But for now, they're quiet, which is nice. So I'll put on some tunes. So we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Sorry everyone, I'm trying to get the trash man in the stream, so it'll be another minute or so. But we'll go do some fun stuff with the trash man. So stay tuned. Sorry, trash man, one sec. Alright. So, you all might hear the echo. Darkman, you there? Marco. Alright, sorry. One sec. Technical difficulties. Marco? Hold on, I might need to change the audio output. I think that's what's going on. 1 second. PS4's menu system is so convoluted. It's like time in Lordran. Oh, it's been so long since I've done this. No, that's not where I want to go. Is it adjust sound and devices? Devices. And audio devices. Oh, there we go. Output, TV. Marco?
Hello?
There you are. There's the trash man. Sorry about that.
Oh, alright.
Alright. Can you all hear the trash man? Trash man, the lore master we all deserve, Theomany says.
Well, if anyone's got any lore questions today, I'm happy to answer.
Lore questions for Dark Souls 3?
Yeah, any of the Soul themes. I know I'm just covering.
Alright, so you all heard it. You all heard the man that he's quiet, very. Okay, alright. I'm going to... I'm going to assume that means that the only thing they're hearing is the echo. So, Trashman, can you check a setting for me?
Yep, what am I checking?
Go to your settings on your dashboard.
Okay.
And then go to sharing and broadcasts. And then select audio sharing settings.
Audio sharing, yep.
And then include microphone audio in broadcasts. Or and share party audio. So, yeah, so check them all, just so we be safe. How about now?
Hello, Lore Master Trashman, reporting for duty.
So how's that, everyone in the chat? We have to switch builds. I have to switch builds. So I've been doing a Soul Level 1 run for the last 5 hours and 57 minutes, Trashman.
Oh, wow. How's it been going?
Metaloid says, hello Metaloid, by the way. Better now, but kind of echo-ish. Okay, I thought that might be the case.
Well, more echo just means more of me to listen to.
He does sound like he's in a trash can.
That's exactly where I am.
Oh, okay, I'll deal with the echo in a minute, but for now we have the first question, which is from Metaloid. I think unkindled are those that try to light the first flame, but couldn't because they didn't have enough souls or whatever, and they're basically embers now. What does Trashman think?
About... Hold on, I gotta read this question.
That unkindled are those that tried to light the first flame, but couldn't because they didn't have enough souls. So they're embers now. What do you think?
Well, it's kind of like when you have a barbecue and like you cook all the meat and then there's the leftover coals that are just kind of flickering at the end. It's like, unless you add more coal, you can't keep barbecuing because the fire's dying. So the unkindled just need to kind of gather up a few more, flammable items and surround themselves with it, and they'll, slowly be able to build up that fire again. But until then, they'll be unkindled instead of kindled. So just think of a barbecue, add some coal, fire it up, cook the meat. That's just the metaphor I'd like to apply here.
Makes common sense, doesn't it?
On that note, I better fuel up.
Okay. I need to plug a headphone jack into the back of my TV, so just give me 1 second. But you can continue to field questions, Darkman.
I immediately like how this guy explains things. Thank you, Arcross23. Jeez, this is hard to pronounce. Morchego Cizento. Morchego Cizento.
Okay, let's hope that was the headphone jack.
On Italian cheese.
That I just plugged
Have
this
a good
into.
night, Morchengokizento. That's the best I can do.
Marco, can you say something?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, I don't think that was that. Oi.
I guess no one can hear me now?
I'm gonna have to move my desk.
Chat can hear me. Okay, thank you. Frage069.
There we go.
Alright. Think
I've got a ton of feedback, but now I can actually hear you, Trashman, and there shouldn't be an echo in the chat, so...
Alright, so you just gotta suffer through the feedback.
Yeah, but that's okay. So did you load up Juango?
I did, and I'm just wondering where I should be going.
We are gonna go to... Well, where do you think we're going?
I forget the name. Cleansing Caverns?
We are going to the... No. We're going to the Grand Archives. So the second category from the end. Okay, Arcross, take care. Sorry everyone about the technical difficulty delay there, but now that we're all set.
Arcross, may you all get memed on by Archdeacon McDung. Archdeacon McDung was one of my favorite guest stars.
Yo, after that whole thing happened, I was just like, I have to make a video out of that.
Of course.
He got me really bad there. He got to me, guys. He got to me.
He was hilarious.
Okay, Trashman.
I love online personalities that take like one basic idea and just run with it.
Yeah, I concur. Oh, I don't have any seeds. Do you have any seeds, Marco? Oh, beautiful. Okay. I need to put the password down here. Yeah, so... yes, actually, that's a better idea. Yeah. So if you guys want to be summoned in to join with us, then you have to follow our lead. So you'll see what I mean in a second. So if you want to be summoned, if you've seen my video, the Candlestick Clergy, then go to the spot from that video. If you've not seen it, then just wait and I will show you where you go and what you must do in order to join the congregation.
you gotta fall in line.
Yeah. Yep.
In a very,
All right.
religious way.
We are level, I think, 90, but when you have the password on, it doesn't matter. It scales anyway. So the weapon itself is optional, but at least pop on the Deacon set, possibly the Grass Crest Shield, and gauntlets of your choice, because I don't believe the gauntlets are actually part of the set. My level is...
I'm at the pool.
Okay, on my way. I'm level 95. I think the Trash Man's about the same, too. What level are you, Trash Man?
I am 92.
Okay, yeah, so we're about the same. So does no one else has any lore questions for the Trash Man? You only got one question, two questions?
I'm really satisfied with my, my previous assessment.
Yep. No need to really even ask any additional questions. You just provided the theory of everything. So drop your sign whenever you're ready, Trash Man.
I'm like,
the theory of everything for Dark Souls.
Dark Souls War. Which sign am I dropping? Big Whitey?
Big Whitey.
Okay.
So the Trash Man and I have our own vocabulary. If you've not noticed that as of yet.
Well, in the absence of questions, I could always...
well, what do you think about the story of Dark Souls 3, Trash Man? Oh wait, hold on, no, we got a question. Where are all these dragons/drakes coming from? Weren't they killed by the gods?
Well, this is a really interesting one because the drakes and the dragons. Drake is actually, he's touring right now. He just put out an album. But the dragons got together with Drake's agent, of all people, and built themselves a bomb shelter. So when the gods kind of rained down hellfire on the world of Dark Souls 2, especially, like, and Orlando got fucked up, but they had a bomb shelter that was well stocked with canned preserves and peaches and whatnot, and they survived. So now they're all going together to see views from the Six performed front to back at the
front to back
or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of them left. There's one that went on to become a feature film star. So they just came out in Pete's Dragon. So you should see that movie. He's really been through a lot, but he's not really part of the universe anymore.
Trash Man, what are your thoughts on the deep speculation? And by the way, allow the wax to melt off so that people can see what your build looks like whenever that happens. But Trash Man, what are your thoughts? Oh wait, hold on. Actually, we should do a little 3, 2, 1 action here first. You ready?
Yes, I gotta remember what our... Yes. Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have it. Yeah, okay, I got everything equipped. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, no! I screwed it up. Start with point up this time, I think. What do you think? Point up?
Okay.
And then the classic. Yeah, all right. So 3, 2, 1, go. That's our little dance that we like to do after yeah.
Right, my wax is off.
Wax on, wax off. Oh, okay, all right. So don't move. Okay, maybe move back a little bit, and then turn around. Looks like the Grinch, man. It's, oh yeah, you can just use binoculars.
Mr. Grinch.
Oh man, I don't even remember the words of the song, but oh, Trash Man, you wanna drop you wanna drop a seed for me, buddy?
Yep.
Oh man.
Oh, well, let me drop a seed.
Why not?
Oh, drop a seed. Sorry,
Not pop a seed, drop a seed.
Very different.
Oh, invaded by Dark Spirit, Terror's Wrath.
Alright, there's your seed. I'm gonna take a little dunk here in the pool.
Oh, yo, what if we can reproduce the miracle? Do you think we can do it?
Yeah, I think we should get on that.
Okay,
So what are my thoughts on the deep? Well, in short, the deep is just a part of the pool that no one in Lothric and Orlando or otherwise should ever go into because you may drown. So, as far as theories, I would say that the dragons may have filled the pool at some point, perhaps too much for their swimming level, and that's what contributed to a good portion of them kind of biting the dust.
Well
so,
said. Darkman, hold on, Darkman. We gotta...
What up? Oh, the ritual?
Okay, get our human centipede going here.
Okay. Is everyone here from the stream?
Yes. Just the invader who is... The invader's gonna be quite... Oh, hold on. I need to get realigned here. Sorry to Dublin King, who was just getting perfectly aligned there. Oh wait, I gotta wax up. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, wax up.
Aegon is much louder than the trash man. Well, I'll move my mic away a little bit. How about that?
The deep end of the proverbial pool that is life. That is absolutely correct. It is a metaphor for, you know, being in the deep end of life.
So do we have 2 invaders here now?
I don't know. Do we?
I'm pretty sure we do.
I didn't notice anyone invading. I was busy reading the stream and watching the human centipede.
Thoughts about what's coming in the DLC? How it's gonna go? What's coming? So, what are your thoughts on the DLC, Darkman? It's called
generally it's gonna
Ashes
go well.
Ashes of Ariandel or something. Oh.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a lot of German monsters. Aryan,
Yo, Dublin King just pooped on your
race.
face, Darkman.
Oh, that's delicious, I guess.
There's gonna be what? The Ashes of Ariandel? What did you say?
The Aryan race is gonna kind of rise up again, and they're gonna raise a large amount of undead to come kindle a large number of flames that then power furnaces, and you kind of see how that's going. It's going to be pretty dark. The good news is that there is going to be a new carving. What was it going to be again? Oh, never mind. So you're going to be able to go, never mind. Never mind. It's really going to... When you say...
That's a really... Oh, that's a really big addition if they're actually adding a new carving, man. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, they brought the giant out of retirement. He was like, oh, I'm not carving anymore. I'm not doing any of that. But he's decided that he's going to start again, and the first carving he's making is never mind. So all in all, I think the DLC is going to be pretty strong, but there's going to be a lot of people asking for help and then refusing it moments later. So.
Well said, man. Well said. So the question about the deep...
to enrich the knowledge of the community.
Oh no, I think you answered the question about the deep as best as you can. Why don't we...
I think we should work on recreating the miracle here.
Yeah, okay. Alright, you're right. Okay. So... Oh, that's... Oh my god, alright, so... Mash as soon as... Oh! So if you've seen the video, you'll see that we were somehow able to basically slide across the floor.
It's also known as the miracle?
The wax miracle. Gliding on wax.
The wax family miracle.
Gliding over all. Oh my god, yo. If we get all 4 people in on it...
Yeah, if we get a 4-person miracle going, I think I would hang up my my pentagram for life.
Oh, we had the starting... the start...
There might be too many people. Does someone need a torch here? Because I think all 4 of us need the torch.
Yeah, well, dual torches is preferable, but... Oh.
Right, dual torch acquired.
Remember, one of them is a dark spirit, so you gotta be careful with that.
Oh, one of these people is a dark spirit? I
Yeah.
didn't realize.
But it's someone from the stream.
Oh, right.
Alright, let's see if we can do it. Oh, we got like the... Oh, what the... Oh.
Where'd you go?
That was an accidental gesture there. Yo, last time I triggered it by using the seeds. What if I use the dried fingers? Oh, okay. I'm gonna try that actually. I'm gonna equip that on my hotbar. We will get it eventually. It looks like slow-mo footage. I apologize to anyone who's just joining the stream now and has no clue what's happening. Okay, so when I come out of it, I'm going to use the dry finger. Oh, dagnabbit.
Cal, I think you need to try to do that as I'm like halfway through. Once my head is inside of the tank or the wax pool, then that's I think when you need to.
You know what I think we need to? I think we need to go to New Game Plus and then go to the Cathedral of the Deep. Although it might be too late to do that tonight, but because there's so many candles that need to be lit there, you know.
Well, there's a whole world of candles that we need to light. But I think you need to stand in the pool and allow me to light your head as
okay. It's kind of sad that we're not getting any invaders. Oh wait, never mind. Look, there's an invader. Finally. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, your head is well lit. Make sure that you're fully lit. Hold on, I need to.
Oh wait, this isn't the right gesture. Finally, the invader found us. Either that, or they were just watching us the whole time, being a little voyeuristic.
Being like, what? Here, hold on. I'm gonna.
I got into a better position.
Okay, here I'm gonna light you. Light them up.
Okay, no, hold on. I think we need to do the dance. Wax up first. And so it was buy my sword, and then 1, 2, 3.
I think he's gonna wax up too.
3 on. Yeah.
Ready?
All right. Okay. Well, hold on. We gotta do the dance, but face away from them so we don't hurt them. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh no, a different dance, man. The flame dance. You remember that one?
Oh.
So buy my sword, and then 3 R1s, and then L1. Okay.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. No, that's not the right. 1, 2, 3, and then.
Oh.
You gotta do buy my sword with the torch in your right hand.
Oh right. Okay.
All right. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, one too many. Not on my game tonight, but that's
oh
okay.
Man, this guy must be so confused.
Do a little dunk, and then we're gonna.
Hold on, I'm gonna light him. I'm gonna light him.
Yeah, I'm gonna honor this guy by building a little shrine around him. Alright, I hope you enjoy it.
Did you see the YouTube video of someone's invasion that had something like this happening? There was a circle of prism stones, and then if the invader entered, they all pulled out Smol's hammer. No, I haven't seen that, but that sounds funny. Is this guy trying to fight us? For real? You really want to mess with the candle wax clergy, buddy?
Listen, man, I got torches in both fists. Don't fuck with me. Oh, I better run. Yes, I'm just gonna apologize to him from really far away.
Okay, ready, Darkman? The usual one, the usual one. 3, 2, 1, go. Wait, you're doing all the, you're adding all these extra steps, man.
Oh, thank you. Man, I'm just
thank you for that heal. Oh man, I know that I'm confused. Hello, Frage069. It's confusing because there's not really a lot of sense to it, but
no, there's plenty of sense. So we are part of a clergy known as the Candlestick Clergy, and our duty is to protect the pool of wax and to light as many
and
candles
to worship
as human, and to worship all things that give flame and take flame. So you can see by our vestments that we are part of the clergy. And there's a series of gestures that we do to really honor the wax and the candle and all the life it brings. So if you'll observe, I will demonstrate a head lighting ceremony. Cal,
okay, hold on. Yep. So this is one of the many ceremonies that we use. Oh no, hold on. Sorry, I gotta line it up better.
A little far. There you go. Okay, so as you can see, the head is being lit. Oh,
yep. Oh, same person as before. Yeah, I was afraid that would be the case.
I'm gonna demonstrate a human centipede. Another of our many gestures. I hope this is helping Frage69.
And rolling Ewok, who is out, and then...
Oh, no human centipede in the works, so that's okay. We'll demonstrate that later. I'm gonna try to activate the miracle, though.
Yo, someone wants you to light them, man.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the Memetim. Yes, the Memetim. That might actually catch on fire. Oh, it's the same person again. Hopefully he learned his lesson.
Here, I'm gonna build some trust. We're gonna demonstrate trust building. Oh!
That wasn't nice.
Hold on. He's just a little skittish. I'm gonna build trust right here.
Oh man. This is what happens when I stream over 6 hours. It just devolves into this. Oh. That was a nice attempt.
Attack of the objects.
You want to beat him up with torches?
Yes.
Let's beat him up with torches. I'm gonna two-hand mine. You will bow to the power of flame. Watch out, plunging attack. Oh, like Apocalypse, this guy. What the? Oh, he just got like a plunging attack on me from the past.
I'll get you with my...
Okay, Darkman, your chance at redemption. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, there you go. That was really good.
Well done.
All right, let's go beat the boss, and I think we just go into New Game Plus because we get lots of invaders, and it doesn't need to be in this area, you know. What do you think?
Well, yeah, but do you think there's going to be any wax around?
Well, there's wax in the upper part of the level, but we do still have to return to the Cathedral of the Deep because we gotta light all the candles there, right? There's so many candles that are out. Okay, so all right, so let's go fight the boss. I think I already have the shortcut all the way up to the top, or at least to. Although this is one way, isn't it? That's one way.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we finally got it right. The dance. Oh, okay. No, hold on. This is a new person. This is a new person. So let's wax up for a little bit longer, and then how quickly I changed my mind.
Well, how that giant hat thing gets contained by the wax.
Yep. Yeah, it's like screw the laws of like thermodynamics and stuff and matter and.
Thanks,
that was close, I think, Marco. Oh, that was close.
Sometimes they get real close.
Oh! We're also trying to reproduce this glitch that we've gotten a handful of times where a glitch, yeah, you can call it a glitch, but we believe it's a miracle from the candle wax.
Yes!
Yes!
You got it!
Yes!
It's a miracle!
Yes! We did it!
Oh,
we did it!
Thank you.
That everyone witnessed a miracle, man. We need to.
Wow.
Okay, appropriately celebrate now. So you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh man.
Oh my God. Can't believe we activated the miracle.
Yeah, well, let's see, see if we can do it again. It's like the most pointless glitch possible in the game, but probably the funniest at the same time.
Such a big deal of it, though.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder if we can get a 3-person miracle going.
Oh, you scared me for a sec there, Memitim, when you took off the what is it? The Untrue Dark Ring. A 3-person miracle? Yo, that would be. Look, now everyone's trying because they witnessed, they saw what happened. Oh, I think it has to be the torch. The whatever.
Oh, shit.
The candle wax god demands torch.
It was like that Spice Girls song, 2 become 1.
Cue spider patches.
We're going. We're moving. We're on the move. We're on the move. Oh, that was a mini miracle.
Oh, mini miracle. That was
Just
a
mini miracle.
Oh, we've combined into one.
Yeah, that boded well. Boded well. Boded well. It booed well.
We're witness to a miracle, and all the better for it. Oh, I could have put that dialogue in. Oh, that would have been great. Crud. Is that something, Darkman, that Patches says in Bloodborne?
I think we could do a video just completely made of miracles.
Oh man, yeah, miracle compilation. See who can get the farthest slide, the most distance.
Feeling like the clergy slide. Feeling like Aegon's pure joy is the real miracle here. It's true. It is a miracle.
Well, it's oh.
Yo, I think
did someone just do a plunging attack there?
Wax up, eh?
Yep. I don't think we're leaving any space for Dublin King to do that.
Oh yeah, you can't get in the way of a miracle.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Metalloid, I guess I'll definitely put that on YouTube. I always upload the whole stream, but I'll cut that out and upload that by itself. Oh, that was so ridiculous.
That's a disproportionate amount of entertainment that we get out of that.
So this invader's not even fighting any... Oh, not even fighting any of the enemies, because like we're not getting souls as best as I can tell. So are they just like watching us from somewhere? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, they're witnessing the miracle too. They just can't wait.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Oh man.
First they saw us walk on wax, and then they saw us float.
Oh yeah, no, okay. Now they're attacking enemies. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh man, that was good though. Oh, is that the invader? No, that's the Memitim. Scaring me.
No, it's a friend.
Are you got a dunk here, Darkman? What's going on?
Oh, I know. My head's
Okay, we can do it. Whoa, it's not it's not applying to your face anymore.
What do you mean?
I don't see any wax on you. It looks to me like you've forsaken our gods. Like, what's up with that, man?
I would never forsake the gods of wax.
See, the god's like, I'm not even wax won't stick to that mug, yeah. Well, he is the Grinch after all, so he takes pride in things not sticking to him. No, yeah, no, yeah, it just slides right off your face.
What?
Yeah, man, that's so weird.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I know.
Go fight the boss.
Yeah, maybe.
Because if I'm not covered in wax, what's all this for?
Yeah, man, that's so strange. Oh my god, it's like there's too much wax in the game. Heresy, burn him! Yo, that must mean that you've like turned against the religion or something, man. I don't know. Lock Discord's right.
Hold on, I better pray.
Alright, let's go. Let's go kill the boss, man.
That's so disappointing because I'm waxed up on my screen. I feel like
that's weird. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. Oh man, that's so funny.
Explain that as a phrase has just taken on such a different meaning because my my coworker.
Keep your eyes peeled for the invader, by the way.
Yep. So my coworker, he has an idea for a ghost hunting show.
Mm-hmm.
Because all ghost hunting shows, they just visit the same friggin' places and just come up with new catchphrases. So
yep.
You're just gonna have they're gonna visit these locations, and then you're just gonna go explain that anytime something weird happens, and then they're just gonna cut to a close up of his face. And
of like the divination person or like the ghost hunter.
They're in like a house and they hear creaking upstairs, and then you know the music gets all dramatic, and he's like, "Explain that," and it just goes close up on his face, and then they'll go to the next room. It's a pretty stupid idea for a show. And that was, no man left behind. No man left behind.
I'm going to assume that the Memetim did that on purpose because he's a purple spirit, and
I think I did that, to be honest.
Oh, all right. Thank you for coming back down for me. Oh, your face is all blurry now. You're like Slender Man. Can't even see your face. Oh no.
No.
My bad, man.
Someone just returned home.
Rip. He has ascended, transcending beyond the need for wax. Interesting. That's an interesting interpretation. Alright, we made it. We made it, team. Let's go. Let's go kill the boss. I'd rather they cut away to someone actually explaining that, Frage says. What do you have to say about that, Darkman?
About what?
That they would rather cut away to someone actually explaining that instead of just their face.
Oh, I totally agree. I think all ghost hunting shows are bullshit. So
I guess that's the thing, because you can't really explain it anyway, right? So
I would also very much like an explanation. Wait, where did you guys? Oh no, I think
we just got invaded again. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
I was just standing. I looked away for
like
a second
lost
to look
child.
at the comments, and then I was standing in the room with all the other Candle clergy members.
Oh,
and they were just shooting at me, but I thought you guys were shooting at me. Anyway, it was just the whole thing. Well, gargoyle.
Yeah, watch out for the invader somewhere too.
Gargoyle acquired.
Blue spirit, Timur. Summon through Concord. Okay, that's gonna be interesting.
Oh, just did a useless plunging attack. No worries.
What is this over here? I can't remember. Oh, Titanite chunk. Very good.
Is the wax.
You no longer need it. That I guess, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. He is the trash man, and there is plenty of wax to be found in the trash, I would imagine.
It is true. When you look in any garbage can worth its salt, you will find a large amount of wax.
Just hopefully it's not earwax, man. That would not be pleasant.
No, I mean, any kind of wax that you can make candles out of, that's about it.
That's a good way of looking at it. As the gas station attendant in that one episode of Nathan For You said, makes common sense, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
If there's anyone out there who hasn't seen Nathan For You, television show on Comedy Central, and if you have like the slightest bit of a humorous, the slightest bit of humor, you will find that to be one of the funniest shows ever. Hi, friends. Wow.
Plunging attack city.
That was a massacre.
Population us.
Oh, like apocalypse. Wow. I'm going at like 5 frames per second here for some reason.
Yeah, no, me too.
Grant us wax.
Grant us wax.
Do you remember that Grant us eyes in Bloodborne? No, that's a shortcut. But for me, it's
yo,
a little bit of a pit stop here.
Laughter is the devil escaping. Yo, am I waxed up? Did this pool do it?
Yep, it worked. So we just needed to change pools, interestingly. Let's see.
I am the wax.
Darkman, let's try and recreate it here.
Recreate what?
Yeah, Nathan for you. Thank you. Is it not possible to... Trashman, we gotta get some simultaneity going here, buddy.
Okay.
If we want to recreate it.
Miracle?
Yeah, miracle.
Oh, here's the... Oh!
Two-handed, Darkman.
There's two of them! Wow, he killed me.
He killed two of us. Or actually, just you. Never mind. Oh, and here comes the blue. Oh, and the red's trapped. Get wrecked. Wow.
All that wax wasn't enough to protect me.
Yeah, sorry, Darkman. Miracle out over empty space. Yo, that would be... We potentially could do that. We'd come up with like a speedrun strat by accident. Okay. As soon as I orient myself, you want to put your sign down at the bonfire, Trashman? And I will come summon you.
Okay, hold on. I gotta coil back then.
Coil it up, buddy. Cause I'm fair. Oh, someone killed. I guess that was one of the invaders that killed all of the black hands. Interesting.
Hey,
well, I'll take it.
I forgot.
Yup. Oh man.
I don't know why those guys didn't realize I was just trying to cover my head in wax and praise my own, belief system there.
Well,
pretty gutty.
Of course, they would both come from like the complete opposite direction that we were facing, so that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, the two-handed R2, man. Oh, so good. All right. We are waiting to summon you.
Big Whitey.
Sounds terrible. What, Nathan for you? Nathan for you is amazing. It's
amazing, yeah.
It's one of the smartest shows on TV, I think. In that it's basically a parody of reality shows, and I guess you do have to, rather than just saying that you need to enjoy humor in general, you do have to like deadpan humor. His humor is very deadpan. And Trashman, well, when I tried to convince you to watch it, were you skeptical at first? I guess it's hard not to be skeptical, just because it's so weird.
As skeptical as I am over any show, just because...
Yeah, it's a big time commitment. Always a time commitment.
Yeah, it's an investment. But no, as far like I liked it. The episode you showed me first was the poo-flavored frozen yogurt one.
No.
Oh, I almost just fell in.
Who was that? It was Dublin King. You bastard. Okay, we're coming back for you, Trashman.
Some people might have heard of it's. Every time I tell people about Nathan for You, I always reference Dumb Starbucks, but it's amazing how many people never heard of Dumb Starbucks.
Or the movement. It's okay, big. It's okay. Ah, Big Daddy. Whoa. What was I supposed to call you again?
Because it said I didn't have to go to the author said he never went to the gym to get that body. However, there are several chapters dedicated to going to the gym. Is
that what one of the reviews said?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Or the other review that was like, I burned 2 calories throwing this book in the trash. That's
Adam. 2 calories? Wow. I gotta wonder whether those are people who actually took it seriously. Okay,
I think
Phantoms, hold up. I'll run. You guys won't have the door iframes until I open it, so I'm gonna run to the door. I'm gonna run to the fog gate, rather. Adam. I knew it was a 4-letter name, so I just trying to establish some associations in my mind right now.
Establish dominance.
I hate how you can't open this last shortcut here when you have Phantoms present. I think that's annoying. I guess it makes sense, the fact that it goes to a different area, but... Oh, this could be bad. No, we're good. Adam, not Todd. I don't get it.
Oh!
Adam, not Todd.
Holy shit.
Just
Adam,
run.
not
Just
Todd.
run to the fog gate.
I'm running. Oh. Here we go. Oh, what up, Lava Knight?
Lava Knight. So, Trashman, why don't you talk a little bit about the lore for this boss? Dodge to the right.
Ouch.
Or the left. You need to wait until he brings the sword down there. And you dodge at the last second. Oh, I got a message rating.
So this boss
Timely
was
heal?
a knight for several queens until he fell into a volcano. And the pain made him just absolutely just batshit crazy. And he was already elder, like he was a prince and he was heir to the throne, but he was
So how do you
elder,
how do you
so
explain
normally-
this? How do you explain this? Look, we just killed him.
Yep.
Oh, dear brother, I'm on my way.
Instead of teleporting.
My brother.
Well, so she actually...
He.
Who?
He.
Well, presents himself as a he, but like just listen to the voice. That's a she. So.
For that is our
Yep, that's a she right there.
His fingers
She's
are very
absorbing
pointy,
his
similar
volcanic
to
power.
those of the Curse Rod of Greatwood. Interestingly, that's Lothric. He's the rightful king of Lothric, but he's renounced his throne. So why do you think he renounced his throne?
Well, he just wanted to take the day off and have a piggyback ride, and just didn't want the responsibility.
Yeah. He said, "Big brother's gonna take me on piggyback ride today."
My brother, he's really good at piggyback rides. I don't want to.
It's a very particular skill.
For anyone today. Oh shit! Oh shit! That hurt.
Oh, it's great music that I very rarely hear because I don't usually play this game with headphones. Get back, Marco, get back.
Oh no.
Rolled through it.
Yeah, I did not get back.
I'm on my way.
Get back. Oh, the Mimiton rolled through it. Nicely done.
Oh, there go all my SDs.
All your SDs. Oh man. All right, I think we're gonna call the stream there. We'll do New Game Plus some other day. Because we're nearing 7 hours.
If you're planning on choosing the dark ending anyway. Well, just because in general I do not appreciate piggyback rides. I think they're degrading to the person giving the piggy the back ride. And it doesn't really help our cause as a human race, so...
Oh, well put. Well put, Trashman.
Not really making much sense, so I guess that's a good time for the lore master to call it a day.
Yeah, well, we'll get you back on whenever we stream next if you want to be on, Darkman. But, yeah, thank you all for joining me for, almost a 7-hour stream. Happy Labor Day, Clark the Accountant. Thank you, friend. I don't believe I said hi to you, so hello. To Adam as well, Frage, Theomany, Metaloid, Rolling Ewok, everyone else who joined us over the course of the stream. Much appreciated. New episode of Let's Talk Lore will be up tomorrow.
Yep.
And I don't know when the next stream will be, but we'll see what happens.
But Clark, I'm going to be in touch shortly because I still need to do my taxes, so...
Alright, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.